Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seer, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War. Yes indeed, the final season of the Oracle of War, and it is the final portion of the final season of the Oracle of War. Welcome everybody, welcome Arvanauts to a, oh my god, thank you Triffid, 6 years of Arvanauting. Thank you for these 72 months of support. Thank you so much, Triffid. I appreciate it. Thank you. Very nice of you to do that. And it's good to welcome everybody here as we are here for a Saturday stream. It is March 14th, 2026, almost 8 p.m. Eastern. And welcome everybody and all the Arvanauts to day 89 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War, and this is part 2 of Back to the Mud, which is the final portion portion of this season of, which is the final portion of this campaign of Eberron Oracle of War. Very excited for that. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube, and thanks for everyone who's watching over there. That is !ArvTube for that. Please subscribe to us there. Free for you to do that, but it helps us out a lot. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky is !ArvSky. Please follow me over there. That is always appreciated. My website for this is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's our merchandise area. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, which gives you cool stuff. We're trying to revamp that a little bit. We're trying to get that back into triple digits. You get cool stuff for you and cool stuff for the channel, as well as moving us towards various channel goals. And by the way, we have a variety of things that we're going to be able to do that you will get, including inspirations to help our players. So I'm very excited for that also. So again, that is the Patreon !ArvTreon. And of course, subbing to the channel, as you were kind enough just now, Triffid was kind enough to demonstrate just now, is another way to support the channel. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And you can also get, again, inspirations to help our players too, so please do that. On the publishing front, !Icarus, that's our graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is a sourcebook and adventure, 5th edition adventure from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Please get that. Please also consider getting my Greyshade IP, !Greyshade. That is my Grey Assassin trilogy, critically acclaimed and award-winning Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic. And, of course, the audiobooks of Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, done by our very own Trent Sparks, about whom more in the moment. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, designed by one Brandon O'Brien, about also whom more in a moment, and coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment soon, the next couple of months. So please do join us for that too, and jump on board by pre-ordering that. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in that situation in the future. We've got this going on tonight, and then tomorrow at, I believe it is 2 o'clock Eastern. Prince Justin can confirm, but I believe it's 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, Sunday, March 15th, is the second session of the 13th Icon. Very excited for this second community D&D. Oh, sorry, 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm sorry. For some reason, I keep thinking of that as 2. I apologize. 1 p.m. Eastern, sorry. 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern, where we will be joined by the incredible cast of our very own Triffity Mats, along with Mer Lafferty and Kathleen DeVere and Darcy Littlebadger, who will be part of the cast going along as Prince Justin leads them into the 13th Icon. Very excited for more of that, and so you'll definitely want to make sure that you stop by for that. And then we'll be on to next week. We've got a bunch of stuff going on next week, more tabletop play. Hopefully I'll finally be able to get a session of Winterborough in, which is what I'm looking forward to. We have, I believe, Dragonbane coming up this Thursday, or this Tuesday, I believe, upcoming, so that'll be nice too. So yes, please support us with all of those things. Stop by for all the things, and please spread the word, because it really makes a big difference. All right. Now I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to anyone I interrupted because I could not hear them, and then I'm going to unmute
You're
them.
my priority,
And last
John.
but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to you the crew, which is here and back. We are here exactly 1 week later. Again, they did nothing over the last week. They just, we shut off the cameras, and they're like, roo, 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 roo. So that's what happened, and now we're roo, 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 that's what it's been. There's no work or anything that anyone's had to do over the last week. That is not true, but it is great to see the crew here. I'm going to introduce them in just a minute. 2 notes for everybody, including the crew. One, you may notice it in my voice. I am feeling a little under the weather, just not anything huge, but it is something where if I do a little bit of coughing here or there, whatever, I apologize. Secondly, go Huskies. I want you all to know that I care so much about this, that even though the Huskies are currently playing in the Big East Championship against the university that I work for, St. John's University, which under normal events I'd be rooting for St. John's, except when they play UConn. Because of current circumstances relating to my union, I'm really rooting for UConn at the moment. I can't imagine why. But anyway, regardless of that, if during the course of the session today, I happen to look down and then wince or react or give the monsters that the people are facing a critical success because I'm annoyed at something that happened, it has nothing to do with the basketball score that I may also be occasionally checking. I'm just y'all letting you know that in no way is that going to be the case. Of course, I would never actually do that. But that said, I am, anyone who lets me know throughout the course of time, like, hey, it looks like UConn's doing well, just try to sync that up with when the players are in a difficult spot so that we can help them out. It's all just make it work that way.
So lie to you. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, they're great.
It's up by
yeah.
50. Wow.
Yeah, no, they are they're actually trailing by 9 with 15 minutes to go. So they got plenty of time. Still plenty of time. We'll see. Anyway, but let me get to introducing these lovely people. We'll start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the screen, who I discovered actually knows a Canadian folk band that I also know called Tanglefoot. Which I thought not a lot of people knew about, but I found out Tanglefoot's doing a reunion tour this year, and I'm very excited. And I didn't know that Tren knew them, but Tren apparently did, and actually is named a D&D companion after that band. So that's pretty cool. So welcome, Tren. Besides knowing Canadian folk bands like I do, how else has life been for you, and who are you playing today?
Well, if I remember correctly, the Yukon mascot is Jonathan.
That is correct.
The husky, and I had a crush on him for a long time.
I
Probably
actually
still do. I haven't seen him in a while.
The guy who was the mascot, the husky mascot, like wearing the outfit, etc., actually lived on my floor. And he was a male cheerleader, and boy, are there stories about stuff that went down, not of any sort of negative nature regarding this, but regarding why the husky doesn't do the husky slide where they would jump and then slide across the floor. There's a reason they don't do that anymore, and it has to do with a serious injury sustained by this person that I knew while doing that injury that caused him to lose a kidney. So, it was pretty serious, and they stopped doing it. But I just happen to know all because he did this thing all the time, and so it was exactly, Lord Cucumber. Ouch is a good way to put it. It was scary stuff. Anyway, yes, but I knew that person. He was.
Did he find his kidney later, or just lost it?
No. It just he just put out an all points bulletin and just vanished. Yeah.
Oh, that kind of sucks. Hi, I'm Trent Sparks. I'm a narrator and a voiceover person, not necessarily in that order, but sometimes, often, maybe, kind of, whatever. I'm playing this guy who's like a Santa Claus. Well, he wants to be kind of Santa. He wants to make beautiful, fun things that enrich people's lives and not weapons. He is a battlesmith artificer named Miatantan Tagashon Kenneth of the House of Kenneth. And he used to have a Meccano good boy, steel defender named Spanner, but kind of got smished under a dragon, I think. No, under a Colossus.
Colossus.
Was it a
Colossus.
Yep.
It was a Colossus.
Yeah.
Hunted by a Colossus. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which is a little bad for the gears and servos, but he'll someday probably make another one. Who knows? Maybe he'll make a little Meccano pseudo dragon and name it Nimble 2.
Nimble the second.
Right. Yeah.
Nimbler.
Nimble.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Nimble with a vengeance.
Nimble 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Somehow Nimble returned.
And our lovely ladies can bedeck him with ribbons,
if you will, with
that.
ribbons.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
It always reminded me of a cistern. No, some piece of a sewage thing. Anyway, I don't know. The word festoon never sat right with me. Kind of like pie balls, which I learned from Gorman gas. Which anyway, let's just ricochet that right back where it's supposed to be. Level 19, and he's never going to get his level 20 spell. So we're just back in time and gonna try to climb through some living metal barbed wire Ivy, I think, maybe something.
That's right. Although you have managed to meet someone through the barbed wire, but
Well,
running around quickly would be
right. What is his name? Garvin Gelleron, was that his name?
yes, Garvin Gelleron. He's clearly a self-insert. No,
Right.
that would be Garvin Irgelios, I think is who you were.
Sure.
You were close. You were close.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
Always a pleasure to have Tren with us, and very excited as well to have Marie with us. Marie, last time we spoke to you folks, was going on a brief writing retreat and survived the wilds of Canada and managed to return intact, and having retreated, has now advanced again to us, I guess, basically, if I can extend that analogy into the deck. How was the retreat, Marie? How did everything go with you? Who are you playing today?
It was really good. We were a bit concerned because when we got there, it's like it's in northern Quebec. It's like in the Laurentians, which are like beautiful hilly mountains. And we get there and we turn and there's this rather steep like little hill leading to the cottage, and it was very icy. That was before the ice storm, so we kind of made our way down, but it wasn't the most not dangerous ever. But we didn't hit the snowbank at the bottom, and then we got like I guess it would be. I don't know how it would be. We got a bunch of about 50 millimeters of ice. So it was like, oh, that's a lot of ice. And then we got a lot of snow on top of that. But we managed to make it back up the hill. But we didn't run into town for like emergency supplies, and we lost no power. But if we hadn't done it, we would have lost power for like 2 days. So, but it was good. It was good. And the only people I alerted that we might lose power and I might not show up on the same day were our spouses and our families. And I alerted the Eberron crew because I'm like, if I'm not there, it's because my phone is dead and I'm trapped under an ice hill. Don't worry, I'm okay. I'm having fun.
We were and showed this by sending us a picture of a little fire that was going on, which felt
So,
cozy. So
how did you survive such horrible conditions?
Oh, whoa. Thank goodness we had the fireplace and I had comfy socks. That's all I needed. But yeah, it was good. You were talking about folk bands. Do you know Five Man Electrical Band?
I don't.
Signs everywhere, a
Yeah.
sign.
Oh, that
Yeah.
I know. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Locking
Yes.
up the scenery. Yeah, that band is Ottawa based, and the keyboardist, like the only original remaining band member, they were huge in the 70s, is Carrie's uncle.
Oh, that's cool.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's so I know them quite well. I've got all the inside goss for the band, but yeah. So there we go. That's my little piece of English Canadian trivia.
Very
Thank
cool.
you.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Prince Justin, by the way, points out that the name of the continent that his 13th Icon campaign that is on our channel now takes place on is called Laurentia. So that was one thing he wanted you to know. And then Light and Passion wants to know if you returned with as many people as you left with.
I mean, that's not a question that I think I should necessarily answer in a recorded forum, but thank you for asking.
I think that answers it by itself as an answer. Yeah,
That's so smooth.
The hunt for Red October ends at the Laurentian Abyssal.
That's right. That's right.
Lots of
Oh my God, the
everywhere.
Laurentian Abyssal.
Nerd.
Yeah.
And
Don't say that last part.
If Tren
good,
is stopping
Tren.
himself
Be
from
good.
saying it.
I
yeah.
know, seriously. So who are you playing, Marie, before Tren gets himself in trouble?
I am playing Mirimi Hawksmoor, who is going through some stuff right now and wondering about dreams versus the world around us. She is both using magic as a bard and also stabbing people as a College of Swords initiate. Really loving level 19. Really excited to see what happens. In the last game, at one point we were surrounded by like metal lions, and everybody else went up except me, who was left to be surrounded by them, which I still laugh about. That was amazing. So I'm very excited to see how today will go. And Mirimi is paying more attention this time. Who's going where?
and she does mean metal lions, not medallions.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it was straight up metal lions. Yeah, that's right.
That would be
Because
cool too, though.
because Hilarion flew up with Nisiana, and Tanton and Rowan did a rope trick so that it was just Merime as was there as the pride
With
of
her
lions.
sword.
Yeah, with her sword. Which
I
was so
even
good.
stepped heroically in front of Tantan and Rowan to like protect you.
Yeah.
Which,
Before they
so then
disappeared.
looking back, like, oh,
Very
everybody's
heroic.
gone.
I mean, no, that's absolutely right.
That was amazing. I'm excited for
Oh.
today.
Always looking forward to see what Merime gets up to. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Also a pleasure to have one Brandon O'Brien with us. Brandon, who does not have to deal with inches of ice or anything like that. That is not a concern. But actually, Brandon has given me information about a roadie place in Queens that I'm going to have to check out at some point because it was Brandon's job to sort of instruct me about roadie places that I did not know existed in my neck of the woods out here. So now I know more about that than I did. How are you, Brandon? How is life in the universe with you and all that, and who are you playing today?
I am, in fact, very hungry. I shared that roti place with you under duress, essentially, because I just came across it randomly on the internet and was like, oh, this is making me very hungry and I can't do anything about it.
So here, you do it.
So it would be disrespectful of me to not share that information with someone who can actually act upon it.
Certainly.
I figured since it was in the Queens area, if I recall correctly, which means that it is close enough to your place of work that if you ever just randomly decided at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I am walking out of this place very angrily, I'm going to get something to eat elsewhere. That is a thing that you can do, and I very much expect you to actually report on how it was. I'm sure it will be grand.
Right.
They did a video on New York Times cooking, which I was like obviously very touching to me first and foremost because not only is the majority of the cooking staff Trini, most of which are members of one singular family, but there was a like considerably large contingent of other people being interviewed in the video who were also Trinis who were either local to New York and say that this is the place that they regularly eat, or there were like one or two people who were like, whenever I come back to New York, this is the place where I get roti, which is
I
like
see.
obviously a stamp of approval to me.
Clearly.
So that means I definitely need to check out that place at some point. I have no idea when that will be, and I hope that it happens at a time of the year where it's warm. But I think that would be very, very cool. My one media note for tonight is not of a thing that I've been watching or listening recently. This is just a reminder. Tomorrow night is the Oscars, which I do not give a damn about.
Either.
But it does remind me as a result that if you are nominating for the Hugos, please remember to put Sinners in your best long form.
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's true.
Spot. And if you haven't nominated for the Hugos yet, do you know that that's a thing that you can do, like very easily? And that if you do it, you get to put Sinners in your best long form dramatic presentation category. I think that would be very neat. I think it is significant that this is 8 years since the fight that fans had to fight to make sure that Black Panther was nominated for anything. So making sure that at some point Ryan Coogler actually gets recognized for making good art is, I think, very significant. I think a lot of Black art in these kinds of spaces, this kind of falls through the cracks, is like very loudly lauded by fans, and then when we're put in a position to actually give that art its flowers, somewhere in the middle we just kind of fall soft. And I think that it's very important, knowing how the Oscars are going to be, that maybe the Hugos can be the place where we say that outstanding Black film like Sinners actually gets its due. So that's just me letting you know that that's a thing that you can be a part of if you are nominating for the Hugos.
Brendan, I have this image now of Ryan Coogler walking up from the back of the audience right at the Hugos and doing the line like from Black Panther, being like, "As you can see, I am not dead." You know, like walking up to them when like he comes back when Killmonger at the end is like, "What is going on?" So yeah, I could very much see an epic thing. Yeah, that's a good call though. That is something that could be done for the Hugos. And frankly, if the Hugos becomes less busted than the Oscars have been for approximately 3 decades, then that would be not a worse thing, not the worst thing in the world. Ever since The Color Purple got utterly screwed out of Oscar awards that should have gone to Oprah Winfrey, that should have, I mean, like, just go down the line. The fact that it didn't get is a stain on the Academy, frankly, and I have not cared about it ever since. So So yeah, I'm
Yes.
with you. Let's get that done for the Hugos if we can't get it done at the Oscars. Yeah. Who are you playing
I
today,
mean,
Brandon?
I don't need to harp as well on the fact that at least for the Hugos, people watch the movies and television shows that they nominate for things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
But yes, hello everyone. I am Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and tonight I'll be playing Rowan Shallow, a wild magic sorcerer whose wild magic is gun, and who is very excited that we are technically performing a time heist at the moment, but totally underestimated the fact that it means that we will not be able to sleep for 5 straight days. So we'll see how that holds out for them.
Yes, I'm excited to see how the lack of sleep affects anybody, and I'm sure it'll be fine. So, although in fairness, as I did mention, you will not actually suffer ill effects, but you will not be able to do the short long rest thing. But having said that, I did think it was kind of funny. I was like, multiple levels of exhaustion. By the time we get to like level 3 or level 4, and everyone's just like, no. But that is not going to be a concern here. But the no short and long rest, that could be a concern, but we'll come back to that. Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Also a pleasure, of course, to have Jennifer Brozek with us. Jen, good to see you. I know that you have had snow recently, which immediately vanished, but there was a small period of time where snow did exist in your neck of the woods, but it's gone now. How are things otherwise in the Great Pacific Northwest? Who are you playing today?
So I've basically spent the last week writing frantically on my novel that is due to people at this call by the end of the month. I am down to the last 3 scenes. I know where it's going to end. I've got it there. I was literally writing until like 5 minutes before this call. So I'm all Shadowrun all the time right now. So remember how I said that I would give you my other people's recommendation today? I lied. That's okay. I will give you a link that will be linked to it. Hold on. Okay. So I have my first post here on Blue Sky, and it's also links to my blog. I will link my other people's recommendations that I'm going to put out on Monday before I do anything else. And it includes poems. It includes, I've got editors from long and short form, fan writers. I am going through, but when I asked people to, this was the time to send me their eligibility posts. A bunch of people did actually send me their eligibility posts.
Nice.
So I'm still reading. I'm reading, and a couple of other people are actually putting together one because they're like, I'm supposed to put together an eligibility post, and I'm like, yes, you are. How are we supposed to know there's so much stuff out there. Please let us know.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to explain mostly to those who are female presenting that yes, this is allowed. Yes, a lot of women get yelled at for quote unquote campaigning, but do they yell at Scalzi? No. It's just like, okay, just put your stuff out there, tell them what it's there, what is available for consideration. And if you go to that tweet, it is pinned at the top of my profile. By the end of day Monday, there will be another link in there that will have and everybody else I'm recommending, because I have been going through, I've been doing my due diligence. But I've also been writing a lot. And yes, I did have snow. And I haven't eaten today. So it's pie day, and I actually bought pie, and it's 5:20, and I'm trying to decide if I'm going to have pie for dinner or not.
I mean, I think you could just shepherd's pie and then finish up with apple pie. I think there's plenty
Well,
of.
I don't have shepherd's pie,
Well,
but
I
I do
mean,
have a quiche.
You know,
That quiche works.
Yeah.
Technically a pie.
yeah, pseudo pie. It's a
Pie
pseudo pie,
adjacent.
if you will.
Yep.
It's pie adjacent.
It's pie adjacent.
What else? Oh, I'm Nisiana Di Gerasco. I am the tiny halfling healer of the House of Healing, who is back in time and will have to be very, very, very conservative with her spells, because not only her spells are limited, when she does spells, she says, hello, I'm here. with like a 10-foot aura of
Mhm.
golden dragons. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. So nobody get hurt. Don't do anything stupid, Rowan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Mia Tamsin, you too.
Now you tell me. Only one who's been hurt so
I will
far.
try my very best, but we all know how that goes.
Yeah, I do. So yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna call that it.
I am very excited for what Nisiana gets up to today, and I am also, of course, excited, last but certainly not least, to welcome John Helfers as well. Good to see you, John. You are the man of the hour in multiple ways. Many people have been asking you for things and trying to get you things and that sort of thing. I also need to mention that I know that John is going to be curating a series of these story bundles for SIFWA, and I know that because I got the Singularity newsletter today, which broadcast in huge letters that John is involved with this. So it seems like there's a lot of things that are happening with these story bundles, John. They just announced it today, so congratulations.
I saw that it gone out because, of course, I'm a lifetime member. My grandfather, I got it in way back when it was like affordable to do so, and I just never I'll just stick around here. And so I happen to know the ops manager, Russell Davis, and he called me, and I've done a fair amount of anthologies in my time and all the stuff. I'm like, yeah, story bundle, sure, why not? Sounds like fun. So yeah, that's a thing that's happening. Matter of fact, there's someone here I think was going to be participating in that, at least one person. So, yeah, it's a thing. So yeah, good times. It should be fun. It's for a good cause, of course. All the proceeds go to help the authors get a share of it, and then the rest goes to fund SIFWA, which is a sprawling authors kind of writers group, and God knows it's not cheap to run that kind of thing. And what they do for the business and of craft of writers in general is a very cool thing.
Yep.
Happy to do it, and it's going to be interesting when the onslaught of people who start wanting to send me pick me, because I only have 15 slots.
Mm-hmm.
So, and 2 of those are already spoken for. So now I have 13. So there we go. Yeah, and we've got that storm from, I think it's Gem Storm or it's another storm coming out from Canada. I don't know, but it's a huge freaking storm that's sweeping in. That's going to start luckily tomorrow, so I don't have to worry about losing power or the foot or 18 inches of snow that's coming tomorrow, not today. But yeah, snowy, very snowy here. But right now, completely bare. So good thing we're playing today and not tomorrow. What else? Yeah, I'm playing Alarian. Alarian is a Starforged Aegis, which I've been having a lot of fun with. And yes, I found out that the clouds can hurt last session. That was not fun. Now I'm going up 30 feet, which is annoying, but we'll make it work. And then we encountered What's-His-Face, and who I'm sure Tantus is going to have a long conversation with, and I'll just look halfway imposing in the corner. That's kind of my plan right now. So, but it's good to play back to back, especially since I'll be at Adepticon next week. So that'll be our 2 sessions, and we'll come back until April. Slob. But yeah.
That's right. So we will let's get to it. Yeah, looking forward to what all of these folks get up to. Let's fire up a little bit of this music. I believe I had this we go. Ice Cavern, Home of the Frozen Lord, Desolate. That's the name of the song. That seems a little bit, if it seems a little bit much, wait, that seems like all those things are happening at once. You're like, yeah, but now it's a whole different thing. That's assuming I can actually get this to play. Okay, that's playing. Is Ice Cavern not working at the moment?
Ice Cavern.
Ice Cavern's not okay.
It melted.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, there's lava all over the place.
That's a good point.
Well, yeah, it's the cavern part that I was looking for. There we go. There's this. Add to the game. Okay, delete this.
Just drip.
And
drip.
let's try this. There we go. Outstanding. Perfect. Yeah, because we have the jingling or the crystal sounds, the crystalline sounds is the thing that I was looking for. Okay, so in our last session, the King's Citadel did indeed go back in time. Why did they do this, you may ask? Well, quite simply because the Lord of Blades has managed to find quite clearly the Oracle of Bones and has begun to construct his invincible army. It is an army that, despite the heroism of the King's Citadel and the members, the remaining army of the five nations, they are not going to be able to stand up to a essentially a limitless supply of Warforged that are being generated by this Oracle of Bones. And so it was the Oracle of War that suggested that they actually return back in time. And the party happens to know that the Oracle of War was not just some magical device that was created, but was in fact a device in which there are imprisoned several elementals that are actually making the thing operate. And it was based upon that and their extraordinary power that the Oracle of War was able to do its thing. So the Oracle of War asked the party for a favor, something that it would require them to do, basically to swear an oath to them. Merime stepped forward and agreed to swear said oath, at which point the Oracle agreed to send them back in time. However, there is one important consideration here, and I'm going to jump over to the map here so that we can see it. One important consideration has to do with this time stream integrity thing, which is that while they are in the past, sorry, let me get rid of that. There we go. While they are in the past, the party must preserve the time stream by ensuring that known events in the future occur. So interfering with any of the following events will incur an immediate time travel consequence. Number one, the Lord of Blades must survive until the time stream syncs up. And by the way, they have gone 5 days back in time. So 5 days from now is when the time stream syncs up. Two, the Lord of Blades must be permitted to build his army in the Life Spark Foundry, because again, they battled against that army in the previous segment of this campaign, so they need to be able to do that. Three, any Warforged creations that they may have seen on the battlefield must survive until the time stream syncs up. For example, a Colossus that they had to battle against. Now, they can help to, and in fact should, try to degrade that Colossus, but they cannot destroy it ahead of time, or again, major consequence. Number four, that they must convince Garvin to relay their message, Garvin's message, to you. And because it was Garvin and the Warforged Dragon who arrived in the present day, and Garvin who gave Tantin a rose, a metallic rose, to indicate that he had been sent, or sorry, they had been sent from the past, I believe is what it was, to be able to give this information. And so they have to convince Garvin to relay that message. And the last one is that casting a spell of 5th level or higher will also incur a time travel consequence. They cannot rest until they return to their own time. They will not suffer negative effects from a lack of sleep, but they will be unable to benefit from short or long rests, and any abilities or magic items tied to rests or the passage of time will not recharge until the time stream syncs back up. So that is what we are looking at. The party agreed to all this, entered, I don't know if they agreed to it, they just, sort of had to. There was nothing you could do about it. They returned to the past, and they entered this cavern by sneaking around the aforementioned Colossus, which looked a little bit different than when they first saw it, but they managed to get around it, and entered this cavern where they found this strange place where there are multiple flying creations. There was a Warforged owl. They found this Warforged winged cat thing with tools and a bunch of other stuff that was sort of flying around, and the roar of what sounded like a dragon, though they have not seen it yet. And they also discovered, as John has already pointed out during the introductions, that the green clouds drifting over the cavern here, about 30 feet off the ground, are apparently living cloud kills that will zappy if you touchy. So you have to be careful about going into this cloud cover, or bad things are going to happen. But the party managed to make its way to this crystalline barbed wired covered scrapyard, picked their way through and found some kind of a shack or a hideout or something, behind which, or within which I should say, with their back turned to them, is this person that has identified themselves as Garvin Gelios. And when they came in, they had basically they turned around and said, we are oh, I'm glad that you've arrived. My name is Garvin Ergelios. Who are you exactly? Because, of course, they have not yet met yet. And Rowan said the Chips freeze frame line last week of something to the effect of, hi, you're about to be our closest friend. Da-da, right? And so it's there that we're going to pick things up. Rowan makes that comment, and Garvin just sort of stares at you. Now, I should mention, by the way, as you're looking at Garvin, you can see that Garvin is very much what looks like. You can see a lot of elements that seem as if they are Warforged elements. Like there are parts of the hand and the arm which seem metallic. In fact, Rowan, it might remind you a little bit of your own, own gun arm that you've got. But it's almost half and half, if you had to guess, Warforged and humanoid, possibly human components that make up this Garvin. And Garvin looks at you as you say this and kind of has this red crystalline monocle you can see in the picture. And kind of, I think the example that I like to use for this is, the Last Starfighter sequence, I've talked about this before, where you have the thing from the guy that goes, bzzz, psh, right? The red thing that goes over his eye, for those of you who remember that movie. It's a little bit like this, where he's often like, we die. Yeah, I love that. So he plays, so he sort of plays with this monocle quite a bit, sort of taking it off and putting it on. And here he kind of puts it up to his eye and sort of adjusts it. And Rowan, you have this uncomfortable sensation of some, like almost like a glowing red light sort of looking at you for a minute. And then he kind of lowers it and he says, what exactly do you mean? Why should I know this? They say.
There's not much that I can say to convince you of the detail that we are here to see. Garvin Ergelios, who just so happens to be you, to confirm that we may gain the upper hand against the great evil. Suffice it to say that you will help us a great deal in that regard.
And Garvin's sort of like, well, evil, of course, is very much in the eye of the beholder. Some people would imagine evil to be, people who do work on mechanical advancements, and other people would see that as a very noble profession. I worry about committing to help anyone from good or evil before I know more about them. I'm afraid you have the advantage of me because I don't know you. In fact, I don't know any of you. And, I don't really know whether or not. And he sort of pauses and then does a zzz thing and uses the red monocle to look around at everybody and then lowers it again. Why exactly did you come seek me in particular?
Perhaps this will help. And he clenches his fist and his dragon mark tattoos light up. And of course, they are immediately recognizable to him, I'm sure.
Right.
And he's like, you do not yet know us, but we met you several days ago, relative to our native time stream. From our perspective, you came back in time to tell us what we needed to do. And we have been tasked to find you and encourage you to go back in time to tell us what we need to do.
So there's a sort of dead silence for a moment, and Garvin
And he's like, what?
and Garvin sort of like narrows his eyes a little bit. And Tanton, I would like you to make a perception check for me, please. Not an insight,
Okay.
perception.
It's perception, excitement, and emotion. God, my perception sucks. Damn it. 10.
Yeah, there's something, his sort of excuse me, as his eyes narrow. There seems something seems a little bit odd about the way that he's looking at you, but that's why I said perception, not insight. Not that he's lying, just something physically seems a little strange. And so they look at you for a bit, and then they say, so you allegedly have met me in the future, and I came to find you?
Your future, our past. And you gave me this And he pulls out the rose.
And Garvin sort of looks at it. I see. I don't recognize this at all. Why exactly would I have given that to you?
That's an excellent question. There was a very dear friend of mine. Well, she's still a very dear friend of mine, named Finta Elaine, who is a alchemist, artificer, based out of Fairhaven. And I had sent her back to Metrol to try and find some of these for some potions she was working on, and that's when all of this happened. So for a very long time, I thought she had perished. And only just recently come to realize that she is very much still alive. She gave me one of these, which was desiccated, wilted, and I held on to it, very, very significantly cherished. And then you showed up on what I presume is that roar out there on your dragon.
And you sort of, they look over for a minute and come back.
And gave me this one. And the one that Finta had given me had disappeared.
And they sort of nod slowly, and they say, and they kind of trail off, and then I'm trying to decide whether or not you're telling me the truth as you understand it, whether you're telling me the truth because you've gone mad, or whether you're lying to me in a hope that I will leave my task here, which is significant. Normally, I would lean towards option 3, with perhaps option 2 as a dark horse contender for most likely. And they say, I can see by your dragon marks the house that you're from. But, frankly, ever since the situation, and kind of pauses, there have been others with this mark around, not all of whom meant well. Just because you have those marks doesn't mean, therefore, that I need to believe what sounds like a credible story.
Then let me say this, that I have the utmost and deepest respect for what Aaron has accomplished, and there are parts of me that would eagerly see his father grounding his own gears for what he has done in recent months.
And so they sort of stop for a minute, and then, so you know of Aaron?
Very much so. He's a very powerful inspiration for me.
Aaron was my, Aaron is, inspirational is too small a word. Everything you see around you is a part of this. And I wish that I could be more helpful to him than I have been so far. I've been gathering supplies, but there are others who would not wish Aaron well. It could very well be that you have been sent here in an attempt to gain my trust and find him and then make sure that Aaron does not survive. That cannot be allowed.
I
This
agree.
is too great a man for that to be allowed. It cannot happen.
I also agree with that as well. And that was one of the conditions of our returning to this point by those who sent us here, was that, as they put it, the Lord of Blades must survive.
The Lord of Blades. Now, you can see, again, the monocle goes up, and the Lord of Blades. You've had run-ins, then, with this one.
A few.
The truth is, if all went well, and he kind of pauses and says, I don't know whether or not Aaron is even if I believe you, I don't know if Aaron's in a state to want to see you, to receive you right now. He's very focused, and I don't know that he would let people distract him from his work. There's a great deal at which point, Nisiana, flying right past you from outside the door is a winged cat with tools. You've already seen this one. And it flies by, and Garvin makes zero reaction, is just sort of like, and so if you were to, and holds out a hand, and the cat flies over, and there's a little whirring sound, and then a wrench drops from the bag into Garvin's hand, and Garvin picks it up and says, if you were to understand the work that was being done, and immediately makes a couple of adjustments on the wing of the cat, and says, there are any number of things that could happen. All right, off you go. And they turn around and fly back out again.
That's the kitty I saw. That's the one.
Fly right back out again. Yeah, they pay zero attention, this cat, to you. And
that's like regular cats.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose that's a fair point, yes. That is a fair point. So
There's a very small squeak of, oh my god, that is the cutest thing ever.
But trying to be serious, too.
mm-hmm. So Garvin says, I don't... Well, all right, listen. Here's the deal. All right, perhaps you better all have a... What are the rest of your... And I almost realizes, oh, wait, what... Your name is... Did you introduce yourself, Tantan? I may have missed that. I said you saw the dragon marks, but...
Yeah, I showed him the dragon marks, but I didn't say what my name was.
So you are from the House Kenneth. What your name?
The Tantan Tigershaw.
Ah.
Or Tantan for short.
I believe I've heard of that name.
Oh, dear.
And sort of, the red light, and then, all right, and the rest of you, turns to you, Merime.
Mirime Hawksmoor.
I see. And hi, Wispy. That's me saying that, not him. And then he turns the red light to Valerian. And you are a warforged of some kind, though not one I'm familiar with.
My name is Alarian. I am not of this continent.
I see. Fascinating. And the red light may last a little longer on you, Alarian, before sliding over to Nisiana, and then says, and you?
I'm Nisiana de Juraska. What is the task you're working on?
And they nod and they say, gathering materials. But before I talk about that, and then just turns to Rowan, your name?
Rowan Shallow.
And
wow.
The red light sort of lingers. Red light lingers on the arm, and so unless you're trying to hide it, Rowan. But I'm gathering you're not trying to conceal your arm, right? Per se, or are you?
No, I shake his hand with the metal arm.
Okay. So his light, it says, interesting. This seems like good workmanship. And then, wait a minute. And then does this thing, and the light in the monocle sort of focuses, and you hear this zzz, as it almost is like scanning your arm, Rowan, and then comes up and then lets the arm go and sort of turns towards you, Tantan. This is House Kenneth work.
That is my work.
I see. The house did have some restrictions against doing this work on those who were not of the house. And does not seem to be saying this, Tantan, in a, I'm a narc. Is just sort of like assessing, is the impression you get.
Yes, that's part of what got me here in the first place.
I see. Monocle comes down. And Rowan, I think I want to give you this check too. Go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Okay.
I did not have the dice roller up. Sorry, chat. I should have had it up. Why is it not there?
Yeah, I am going to use Tides of Chaos on this. I'm going to make this an advantage.
There we go.
You said perception?
I did.
$21.
Tides of Chaos, yes. Now you see you see what it is. Something seems strange, and as the monocle comes down from their left eye, you can see that the eye is it's a mechanical eye behind the red monocle, and sort of like seems to almost it looks more like a aperture of a mechanical camera. Trying to think if that would be in Eberron or not, but anyway, just to give you a sense of it out of game anyway. And then turns away and says, "Very well, all of you should have a seat." Now, as you look around, there are no other seats. Garvin doesn't seem to be paying a lot of attention. So Garvin doesn't have a seat either. Garvin just sort of goes and leans on the edge of their workbench table and is just sort of standing there with their arms folded. So you all can sit on the ground or, stand awkwardly or do whatever you want to do. Larry and I assume would float. But yeah.
I
We'll
was
be
automatically
standing
prepared
against the
to.
wall.
Okay.
Yep.
I was automatically prepared to also lean on the workbench before he moved.
There's enough room that you could do that too if you want, like on the other edge. Is there anyone else sitting, standing?
I'm going to stand, but I'm going to go kind of close to the door to keep kind of a half eye out.
Okay.
We've already been found by a bunch of mechanical lions, and Mirimi wants to make sure that won't happen, but I'll just be at the back. I'll let others take the lead because he's mechanical. He's got mechanical people to talk with.
How dirty is the floor?
It's
probably metal dust
yeah,
everywhere.
I was gonna say a lot of metal dust, fair bit of oil marks, and you would think.
I can prestidigitate a little piece of
I
floor
just
for
kind
you,
of,
Nisiana.
just kind of looks around and it just.
I prestidigitate a little piece of floor so that she can sit down comfortably.
Okay.
And not get super
I
dirty.
can see
Ah!
I can see Garvin going, "Oh, that's what the floor looked like." Right.
I try to be subtle about it, but I'm not sure I succeed. But I want my sister to be comfortable and I get a shard of metal up her ass.
And I say thank you, and I go to that spot and I sit down.
All right, Tintin, what about you?
He's just going to stay standing.
Okay.
To
go ahead. Yes.
To be honest, I don't believe we should meet with him. I think that any sort of interaction with him has the potential to catastrophically alter his place in the timeline we have been told not to mess with.
Just to clarify, this is a rules thing. This is not Rowan's thing.
Yeah.
Technically, all of the things that we've been informed of is essentially that those things need to still exist and they still need to be present in those spaces. Is it possible that we can create a universe where they're just not hostile to us?
I'm not going to say no to that. The thing is, though, there does have to be.
This is what happens when you ask a GM question.
Yeah, no. There has to be a battle, right? That takes place because that was part of the timeline. What the sort of demeanor, what the sort of disposition of those that you're battling towards you actually is, I don't know. That's something you may be able to do some clever stuff that avoids sort of those main, conditions. But there is going to have to be a battle because of, unless you
there
can
already
somehow
has been.
Right, unless you can, when the Lord of Blades arrives, unless you want to figure out a way to, with my perfect persuasion, I convince the Lord of Blades to give up his, become the Home Depot dummy he always wanted to be or something. Lord of Blades is probably not going to be convinced out of his position, you would think. But anyway, so the answer isn't no exactly, Rowan. It's just a matter of what that would look like. So
I also have a GM question just to make sure that I'm still on the same. I thought Aaron was the Lord of Blades. Okay,
No,
that is no.
There's a theory that Tanton had that Aaron may have become or been transformed into, or maybe transformed somebody else, into the Lord of Blades. There's a theory, but you have not met. You don't know yet. I mean, this is as close as you've gotten Aaron through his apprentice here. So,
Well, based
Yeah.
on the way this apprentice has spoken, it sounds like the Lord of Blades is separate from Aaron to me.
Well, I mean, that's not a thing he's confirmed yet, but that's the way it appears to me as well.
Okay. I was just trying to keep it straight in my head.
yeah, no, these are all valuable things to get clarified over time. So
So Rowan says,
Yeah.
To Tanton, I obviously know very little about what may change in the next several days. I remember very little of what's happened in the past several. But if it is even possible, while we still have the advantage of time over our colleagues coming over the ridge, to at least learn more about Aaron's intentions and if they can be swayed somewhat, that would be better than the alternative, which, as far as I'm aware, is sitting in metal shavings for 4 days straight.
Which would be uncomfortable, I can tell you from experience.
and so Garvin says, first, I should ask before we go any further, if I'm to believe this story about time travel, your claim is that to meet Aaron would be to disrupt the time in some way. Why? Aaron exists surely in your time as much as in mine. If you've only been a few days difference, is there some reason you would not meet Aaron?
There are rumors that, well, for us, they have been rumors for quite a while, that Aaron is the Lord of Blades, that he has somehow been transformed, and he basically reaches over and pats uh, 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 Brain.
He pats Brain?
No,
That's-
no, that dog's not here, nor is Spanner. No, he pats Rowan's arm and then gestures to Garvin himself that through incremental alterations has become the Lord of Blades, and in some way, in the midst of that transformation, has become something very different. If that is not the case, that is something that we should probably know.
And so Garvin sort of looks at you very seriously, and what you are speaking of, this idea of slow iterations, is something to which you could apply myself. And sort of like stands up for a minute, and then you see all of you, several components like arm, zoop, eye, zoop, now everybody sees it, his leg, you see different aspects of him sort of whir or hum or glow in a mechanical way. And he says, what you're referring to is what has been done to me, except that Aaron, though I have consulted him in the past, was not responsible for it. Indeed, were it not for Aaron, I probably would have died. And he pauses, and then he goes over the workbench, and he says, and he picks up some device, and he turns around. And you can see that it is a simple little switch with a light on it. And he says, all of you know, in essence, what a light is. He clicks it on and it glows. He clicks it off and it turns off. This is the simplest of machines. And yet Tanton here would know better than anyone that over time this, he clicks it up again, clicks it off. If I click it on enough, on and off and on and off and on and off enough, what will eventually happen to it? And he looks at you, Tanton.
It cease to function, it will break down.
Exactly. As was I. except that my breaking down was much faster. I have a rare disorder. It's a kind of disease, I suppose, or perhaps a curse, though my parents never knew what exactly caused it. When I came across Aaron, I was always fascinated with machines and devices, far ahead of my peers in the study of the science that makes Eberron what it is. I studied in Sharn, and yet my body was falling to pieces, almost literally. My organic body was in full collapse. It was only when I met Aaron, when I had perhaps a year left of life to me, that we saw a way through. Aaron was uncertain whether to do it, but I told him that I preferred life, especially a life that was supplemented by a knowledge of what it means to lose that life. And so Aaron and I, together, gradually replaced the components of me that did not work. Eventually, someday, perhaps before I reach my 50th year, I will be entirely a Warforged. The first ever complete conversion of human to Warforged that has ever existed. And if it turns out that those parts work as well as these do, and again you hear like bzz, 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 then we may have solved the problem of organic decay. I speak of functional immortality. Yet every part that has been replaced has not removed that which most concerned Aaron. He is a scientist. He wishes to give sentience to his constructions, but he does not want them to replace the living beings of Eberron. To make me into an unthinking automaton, a construct, would have been a disaster. And he has not done so. I am the same today, filled with the same empathy, the same sense of desire, loss, hatred, grief, sadness, joy, that any full human does. But now I will not be destroyed before I can complete my own work. And all of that is thanks to Aaron. What you are suggesting has taken years, 5 at least, for me to be half transformed. To do it in a matter of weeks or days, something of what you're suggesting would take decades. And it would not be able to take place in any case until after the experiment that is my transformation is complete. Aaron is not the Lord of Blades, but the Lord of Blades hates Aaron. For Aaron, he believes, wishes to replace the Warforged, when in fact, Aaron wishes to bring them together with those that once created them. Not Warforged versus organic beings, but one race of people under Eberron. And he pauses and puts down the switch and then says, "So when you tell me, Tanton, that there are rumors of what has been done to Aaron, I fear. For I have heard rumors too, that the Lord of Blades seeks Aaron's knowledge, for what end I do not know. But if he has heard something of me, or something of Aaron's other experiments, well, he need only come here to the Lifespark Foundry and take it for himself. And the results could be disastrous."
And in the mind link, Tanton is like, how much of this do we tell him?
Well, maybe we should let him know that the Lord of Blades is already trying to wipe out the entirety of all organic people. That could be a good start.
That's a
I
detail he definitely deserves to know. He
I
also
need
needs to
to
know that the Lord of Blades is aiming for the Forge of Making.
I need to tag out and think for a moment. One of you take it.
Alarian, tell him about the Lord of Blades bolt that he put on your neck.
Mhm.
The whole
Yeah.
thinking thing. and
Yep.
flavoring thing.
And
So-
clock. Talk.
Uh,
Clock. You're right, clock.
Clock.
It is clock.
fuck, yeah. So, yeah. So, no. Illyrian leans forward and says, "We have faced minions of the Lord of Blades more than once in the past. Let's see, what has it been? About 18 months, roughly.
I think that's probably right. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
it's hard to
pretty close.
believe.
I know, right? One of our tasks assigned was to infiltrate and destroy a, for lack of a better term, flying fortress, a trapezoid pyramid, trapezoid.
Trapezoid.
Yeah.
While in there, I went undercover. They actually put up the quote marks amongst the Warforged to try and get information, and they put what I could only call a restraining bolt on me to compel obedience. This was done at the directive of the Lord of Blades. It was disconcerting, to say the least. So, and every Warforged I saw in that army contained the same bolt. So, whatever his ultimate goals are, it involves subjugation of all those that it believes can accomplish its aims.
But this is precisely why what Aaron is doing is so important. Aaron provides sentience to the Warforged, agency. It is the opposite of restraint. Aaron
Those
and
Warforged already had sentience and agency of their own, which was stripped from them.
that is correct.
So,
But that agency that was stripped from them, at least in the past, in the last war, was done for military reasons. What Aaron has done now is different.
It's not Aaron we have to worry about right now. It's the Lord of Blades. He's coming for all non-Warforged. He is making war. He is killing people. And that his stated intent is to not stop until all organics are dead. There is
Which
no
is
meeting of the minds.
This fact is important to you, I reckon, because you would be aware that even if Erin is valuable knowledge tonight, in a month or a year, if the Lord of Blades has his way, Erin is just fodder. Greater fodder than me, but too organic to live.
You're suggesting that the Lord of Blades would kill him.
Yes.
Would grind us all for meat.
Have you
in a heartbeat.
met the Lord of Blades? Have you seen him?
No. I have heard only
We have.
rumors.
We have. It would be, based on your description of Aaron, the Lord of Blades is antithetical to your master. And fights for literally everything that Aaron is fighting for, or fighting against everything is fighting for. It is. It's terrible.
He sighs and he says, The LifeSpark Foundry, where Aaron is doing his work. Originally, it was created in secret, with funding from the Siren government. Aaron wanted to create new forms of life to enrich the world. I was his assistant. And then, the morning. I was out procuring supplies from Rote when it happened. I came back after the morning, sought out the LifeSpark Foundry, and found not only that Aaron had survived, but that his forge had become empowered with mysterious magic much greater than anything Siren had been involved with before. Aaron's studies became more ambitious. He spoke of crafting an entirely new world to replace this flawed creation, and he became ever more withdrawn. Eventually, his moods swung from deep depression to almost manic depravity, and I was forced from the foundry. And then he pauses and sort of looks down at the desk, and then, I love Aaron. I would not live without Aaron. None of what you see around you would be possible without him. But Aaron will never abandon the Creation Forge, and he will never allow the Lord of Blades to use it. If the Lord of Blades comes and finds him there, Aaron will die before he permits the Lord of Blades near it.
Then Aaron will be dead, unless you help us. We've seen what the Lord of Blades is willing to do, and how powerful he is.
And we know he is looking for the Forge of Creation.
We know he found it
We do.
and is using it in our time.
Using it? But Aaron would never...
Exactly.
Oh.
Which means that it sounds like you are given the opportunity on this evening for a win of your own. What may be the last chance for you to speak to Aaron yourself?
You can see he's like very shaken. And I keep saying he. They are very shaken. Very important, not he. They are very shaken, and they say, "What would you have me do?"
In the mind link, I go, Tanton, that's your cue.
What I was afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
Your options are, I believe, very few. At some point, you have to go back in time and find us and tell us that this is what we need to do.
Tell you.
Me
Tanton.
specifically, yes.
You were the one he gave the rose to. You were the one who saw him. Where did he see you?
This is where player knowledge and character knowledge...
I believe it was on the battlefield, and I don't recall exactly where you were, Tanton. But
See? It's not just me!
But the dragon emerged, but it was the Warforged dragon emerged with Garvin on its back, and then
I
came.
will use my
It was in the area where that's pesky, as I recall. I may not be 100% of this. It was in the area where the remnants of that other battle were like beating the crap out of us. It was like right next to that where he appeared, because that's where I took my armor damage, and I think he appeared right after that.
I think
if I'm
that
not
might be
mistaken.
I will use my like bardic knowledge and like not my player's lack of remembering and describe the area in such a way that he would be able to find it.
And so Tangent relates that.
The magic of role playing.
I love it so much.
It's that sequence I've quoted before in Sneakers where like Robert Redford's character is listening. He's like, yeah, Is he listening to the little earpiece? And he's like, yeah, okay. And then he just kicks in the door. Like that's all they were telling him in like the last 30 seconds is just kick in the door. So he says, so they say, there are two problems though. Even if I accept this, if I go along with it, I agree. The one who goes back to find you, that time stream consequence will be dire for the one who goes. Such a person would be annihilated in time.
What did we see happen to him after he gave you the rose?
He vanished.
He just vanished.
But he looked, and I'll address him. You looked at peace when you vanished, for what it's worth.
It's good to know that oblivion was preceded by comfort.
Oblivion is better than some other potentials.
Call it success at achieving your mission.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, Aaron cannot be saved. But through you, Aaron's memory can be, as told to us.
And those rumors can be put down.
Correct. You would. I don't know what you believe in the afterlife. You aren't of my faith. But I know there is one. I look at Valerian, I'm like, even he knows there is one. So
I don't react.
if
And-
Aaron is already gone, this would be your way to honor him.
I will, and he kind of pauses and thinks about it. The Lord of Blades, from what I have heard, desires freedom for the Warforged. I agree with this goal.
As do I.
But the Lord of Blades' method of it, to destroy others, is not the way. Cannot be the way.
And to put slave collars on his own people.
Precisely.
Yes, his definition of freedom is antithetical to, I would believe, any Warforged's notion of the idea. Keep in mind that once that power is taken, it becomes increasingly hard to relinquish.
Freedom for the enslaver is of no benefit or comfort to the enslaved. The Warforged know this well, and learned it in the last war. But to sacrifice myself, and there's a moment where they look around, and you can see, I mean, the number of gadgets and devices and, like, you know, just Tantan, even a cursory glance, this feels like years of work distilled into this place, right? Which is not super large. Just all of this potential, right? These things that you see. And so they look at it and then they say, I was given life that I would otherwise not have been granted. And I would sacrifice it to save Aaron. But I cannot go along with a plan which has him sacrificed. If you can save him somehow from the Lord of Blades, do so without disrupting this flow of time, then I will take this thing, and points at the rose, Tantan, and I will go back, sacrifice myself, risk annihilation. The annihilation of one who was within a year of oblivion is no great loss. Aaron's would be.
Don't
And I will
necessarily
not.
agree with that.
And sort of, and it kind of, they look in your direction, and the monocle goes up, and they say, only you can decide the value of an instrument. But I can tell you that it is the wielder that matters, not the tool. I am the tool. The one who wields me is the one that matters.
Some time ago, I can't remember exactly when or where it was I heard it, but someone once said, if that's what you really think, then that's all you'll ever be. For those of you watching at home, that was also from The Last Starfighter when Centauri told Alex that. Anyway, carry on.
And
I remember-
go ahead, Nisiana.
I remember we were told that Aaron must die. And I look at Rowan and I'm like, but the name Aaron can die, can't it? And the master of the name live on. Is that possible? If it's...
I'm not sure that Aaron has to die. I don't think that was something. This may be player versus.
Yeah, this is Jen. I'm really
yeah.
certain that it said you cannot save Aaron. Like it
Did
was,
it
it was
say?
vital that you did. I thought that was something we said at the last game.
I didn't write it down. Lord of Blades must survive.
Yeah, I would point out that there would be, because the Lord of Blades uses this item after, that it means presumably that something happened to Aaron. If what Garvin is saying is true, then something happened to Aaron, which presumably was done violently, so that he would abandon the Life Spark Foundry and the Forge of Making, and it would be, the Lord of Blades that took over. Depends on, perhaps, according to the way Garvin is sounding it, he sounds pretty obsessed. Maybe you can figure a way around that. I will say, remember, a time stream consequence, one time stream consequence, does not necessarily eliminate all of it. Maybe you have wiggle room for one. I don't know. These are decisions only you can make. You don't know how serious each of them will be. That is that's a discussion you all have to think about.
Okay.
Garvin is his name, right?
Garvin is the apprentice. Yes, Garvin Argelius.
So, and if this Valerian kind of straightens up to where they had been leaning against the wall, gently, and they say, "Let me get this straight. You're willing to potentially sacrifice tens, maybe hundreds of thousands in the coming bloodbath because you want one person saved. Is that correct?"
And they do the red, light again at you, and then they say,
and my blue eyes flash as I stare back at him.
Right, all of a sudden it's the Yoda Emperor, like red versus blue light, No. They say, if the saving of Aaron would cause tens or hundreds of thousands to die, it would be a terrible thing. But you leave out what it was that Aaron would be able to do with his salvation. Aaron himself is invested in experiments which will preserve, extend, expand, increase life.
Should
if Aaron
he
is
carry
removed,
them
all
to
of that
fruition and they actually work? You are, pardon my bluntness, incomplete. You are all making assumptions about the lives of mortal beings such as yourselves versus, and I gesture to myself, us. Now, maybe Aaron is that person, but you are asking a lot to go down that road, and the risk is great to everyone on this continent.
I agree.
While this conversation is happening, I take an idle piece of paper from the workbench.
Okay.
And I am scribbling on it with a pencil nearby.
Okay. And Garvin says, I agree.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Are you what, Brendan? Sorry. Did you say something? No,
You're muted.
You're muted now.
I couldn't hear you for a bit because of headphone thing. Apologies.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure because I thought you said something else when you said hold on or something. I didn't understand. Okay, so Garvin says, I agree, Alarian. It is a risk. It is a gamble. And I agree that we make assumptions. But, to be honest, assumptions are the way in which we preserve the agency of our lives. Our lives are not scripted. Even the flow of time must not engage in one way only. There are currents, there are eddies, there are flows to the river of how time proceeds. You realize that most walking into hearing you give this story would have assumed that you were liars or spies. I did not, because I have learned to consider carefully and think through. I don't take idle risks. Aaron may make his own decisions. I cannot order him either. And I will accompany you if you wish, if you think it would be of value to convince him. But I will not drive him towards his own destruction, for the assumption you make is that his loss would be less significant than the loss of 1,000. I cannot make that assumption myself.
I'll take a step forward away from the door, and we are asking him to basically vanish, and he's asking us to save a man who, once the Lord of Blades is destroyed, we will have thousands of Warforged who suddenly have lost his leadership or whatever reason they followed him, and he sounds like someone who might be able to help save all of those Warforged as well. So I don't know. It's something we have to decide what the consequence will be. But if saving that one life will help then save the rest of the Warforged we're about to free, then it may be worthwhile considering. We don't know what happened to Aaron. For all we know, this is what happened to Aaron, and he was pulled away by us and put somewhere safely instead of killed by the Lord of Blades. We have to take a best guess. And what would the King's Citadel do?
The King's Citadel. Aaron says. I mean, Garvin
Surprise!
says. And Garvin says.
Before Garvin says
Yeah.
anything, you hear Rowan shout, "Wait!"
Garvin turns.
Rowan turns from the workbench and you see a strip of like workshop blueprint paper that has scribbles on them that from a cursory glance seem like they don't actually mean anything. Just like lines going in random directions.
Okay.
And I glance first at Nisiana and then at Tantin and say, does anyone want to hear the bad idea that I just had?
Absolutely.
Panton, upon seeing the thing, if you remember Zootopia 1, when Nick and Judy are at the thing and Nick is like looking, like they had that meme where Nick is just looking from Judy to the cat or to the thing to the boot on the stroller wheel, and just like that's basically what Tanton is doing. Looking, he's like, yeah.
I think Nisiana is right. Depending on how this works, there is no reason anyone here needs to die. But it means that we need to get to Aaron as soon as possible to convince him of doing something that I know for a fact he's going to say no to at first blush. We need Aaron to give up the forge willingly.
Why?
So he
All that
doesn't die?
matters, all that
If all that
needs
matters
to
is
happen.
removing him, we can remove him. It doesn't necessarily, it'd be great if it was willingly, but if he needs to be gone when Lord of Blades is there, I will pick him up and carry him out myself.
Alarian.
This is true. This is, I'm not saying no to that, to be sure.
Okay.
I am saying no to that. If you do that, Alarian, you will be doing exactly what the Lord of Blades is doing to his own people. You have to give Aaron the chance.
Oh, yeah,
to
yes,
make
of
his
course.
choice.
Yeah, I'm not going to just waltz in there and grab him. But if he says, I'm not leaving and you can't make me, that's where we have a difference of opinion. Because he
Right.
must, otherwise, and it points to Garvin, then the Lord of Blades will kill him. So if he, all of our convincing, if he still does not go, we will need to take the next steps. That's all I'm saying. I'll give you guys every chance to talk to him and try to convince him to leave of his own free will.
Rowan starts impatiently tapping at the scrap of paper in his hand.
I have that figured out in part 3. It's right here.
Right. To be absolutely sure, there are some decisions that we will have to make in the spur of the moment for the purposes of us ensuring that we can get at least some beneficial outcome. Whether we grab Aaron, whether we make do with whatever casualties may come if that happens. But it is absolutely important that we talk to Aaron as soon as possible first, because if he can give up the Forge of Making, not only does it mean that we guarantee that he is alive, but it means that we guarantee another thing that neither we nor the Lord of Blades would have known before the battle.
What's that?
That Aaron could do any number of things that could provide us
assistance.
If he controls the forge before the Lord of Blades gets there, he could do any manner of things to the remaining materials that would make it not easier for us to win. We have to suffer the losses that we do. But maybe we're supposed to speak to him specifically so we could have one.
Oh, out of character, it's like adding the thing to the Death Star.
Yes.
Adding
The exhaust port.
Yes.
In which case, Garvin, you must come with us, because if time is of the essence, your presence will be invaluable in convincing him that we know of what we speak. If you join us there, it will lend credence to our words.
And
And if we plan this ideally, it means that we can set things up such that if we do need for the Lord of Blades to know that a casualty has been taken, at least we have some manner of control over whether Aaron gets a chance to get out with us.
There's also the small fact that we don't actually know how Garvin's going to go back in time.
That's his
I was
problem.
prepared for us to figure out that detail after the 5 days pass. Suffice it to say that I also believe that it's possible that you may not suffer the consequences that you think you do.
I mean,
But
we
we have
don't
to
know how it
survive 5
happens,
days first.
This is
but
true.
we
This
may
is true.
be instrumental in making it happen.
Maria, you were going to
Also
say
true.
something.
Oh, no, just that I want to remind everybody through the telepathic link that we have to be judicious in what we do decide to do and what we don't know will actually happen, because we might be ramping up time consequences, which may have greater consequences on the final battle as well. So if we decide to take Aaron out, that's a whole other equation than having Aaron do something that would mess with the Life Forge, because we know the Lord of Braids takes it over. We know that he creates his army. So we have to be judicious in how we utilize this and what we decide, how we decide to proceed here. It's a stacking
Indeed.
effect, right?
Yes.
So,
All that
yeah.
we so out of character. The things that we know is simply just that the Lord of Blades needs to get to the forge, and that all of the Warforged combatants that we meet at the battlefield must still be there when we get there. So long as we're not destroying anything, those things still stand.
Right. And
So
since we
Rowan
don't,
in the mind link essentially says, we're going to be taking a lot of blows to make this happen. But so long as we ensure that we still meet everything that kicked our ass on that battlefield, I think we should be in the clear.
And to the power that we met it to, because none of the Warforged seemed to be affected, but there was a Colossus that had damage already, which we may have to inflict. But the Warforged seem
Indeed.
at the power they should be. Is that correct, Hent?
A colossus, you say?
Yeah.
But there is there's the legs, I suppose you might say, of a colossus near the foundry. Aaron has been talking about doing some work on that at some point. In the old days, it fought in the last war. It was called Karn Slayer, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's active in 5 days.
That colossus?
Very active.
But it's not possible. And then sort of stops
It
and
literally
says,
steps on 3 of us.
the only way that could have been done, that it could have been accelerated, is with the use of the forge. And kind of sort of does the scanning thing again.
That's why I don't have a steel defender with me anymore.
Ah. I see.
Wait, how long does it take the forge to make the rest of one Colossus?
apparently 4 days.
Aaron sort of flips up the thing, and if it's used by someone with the mark of making, the better part of a day. The forge, now that it has been enhanced by magic, is terrifying in its efficiency. And and then sort of stops and says, "But if Aaron is taken away from the forge, then we have him. No, that can't be right. No one can use the forge without the mark. You could use it, Tantin, but..." And then sort of like does the double take. You could use it. How did the Lord of Blades use it? Aaron would never have served him willingly. He would never have been convinced into doing it either.
Served him willingly.
And he says, no, Aaron is not a warforge that can be controlled by a restraining bolt.
Is there
But
anyone
organic matter can be compelled by all kind of other violence.
Anyone with the mark could theoretically use it if they knew anything of what they were doing. There were many from the House Cannith who knew this thing.
Where do we leave Clock?
In save.
Salvation?
He
Somewhere
was on
else?
the Argont, and then we took him to Salvation, and he was helping rebuild there.
Yep, that's right.
Excuse me. They were helping rebuild there.
Is there
Okay.
someone else that we know who has allied from your house? Maybe says the words very apologetically. Who would have allied with the Lord of Blades, or could
says to Tanton or to Garvin?
I look at kind of both of them, and I look apologetically, like this isn't fun.
So Garvin looks over at Tanton for a moment. I wonder if there's this like exchange of looks, and then Garvin looks back and says, Tanton will tell you that there are members of our house who are more interested in the product than the process. That is to say, others may not have the same ethical beliefs that I do.
Can I ask you a difficult question?
And for the first time, there's a slight smile that appears. Only the first one, Merime.
Well, could someone from House to Cannith learn to use the Life Forge to the degree that would need to be learned in a short period of time, knowing we only have maybe 2 or 3 days, to the degree to rebuild that Karn Slayer and to build more Warforged for the Lord of Blades? Would that be something they could learn quickly, or is that something that only someone like Aaron could do?
I am not certain, but obviously someone who is skilled and knowledgeable will work with anything more quickly. But if someone without the mark were to have the knowledge of how to construct creatures, they could, as long as someone was there with the mark, use the forge through them. It would not be a pleasant experience, but I could imagine a mark being present and the knowledge being present in something else.
Tanton, is there any way that we can know if Aaron was at all involved in building the Lord of Blades army, or?
Of course, we can ask him. Can the forge be used to make organic constructions?
No. It can theoretically be used to possibly graft things from metal to organic. Warforged themselves have some organic elements, but wholly organic, no. Not in my experience.
So we are unlikely to be able to create a false Aaron that can be killed while the real one is taken elsewhere.
You get a super intense monocle moment there, as Garvin is. Aaron is the master artificer. If anyone can know whether it could be done, it would be he, but I don't know. It seems impossible. I've never
But perhaps it doesn't. But perhaps it doesn't even matter. If the Lord of Blades gets the Life Forge, which is what it wants, it may not care what happened to Aaron if Aaron is just gone. Strange, yes. Is the Lord of Blades going to spend a lot of time tracking him down? Probably not, because he has what he wanted. He got the goal. As we all said, we do not know what's happened to Aaron, but the Lord of Blades has not encountered Aaron at this point in time yet. Therefore, that risk, although I am not convinced of its validity, is worth taking. If he is just not able to be found, then the Lord of Blades will turn to producing what he wants to produce with the forge.
Which he will still need someone. And again, the tattoos light up. Will still need someone with these. So that means I can't be there either.
Right. But I would assume the Lord of Blades is not foolish. Making the assumption that Aaron, as you stated, would not serve him willingly or otherwise, I believe, because you cannot put a bolt on a person, then the Lord of Blades must have someone who can run it himself, already in his employ. Whether that's, apologies, Tanton, one of your family, they've already got that.
One of the house, not
It was the
necessarily.
house. Yeah, the one in your house.
Well, clearly-
They probably already have it. Because
They did that before when we took out the not the Argont, that trapezoid thing.
the
Yeah.
ziggurat.
We saved Sol Ring. He was being forced to work for the Lord of Blades.
Mm-hmm.
And for a split second, Tanton, like his expression goes like wide-eyed, and he sits up and he's like, "Oh no."
Oh no, what?
Well, it just occurred to me that the bargain that you struck, and he looks at Merrimack, the oath that you took, you might have to kill him. If he built the Oracle of War, then those Jinn might want him dead, since he would be the one who trapped them there.
At which Garvin is like, the Jinn, the what? This gives you like and what is this Oracle of War?
Oh jeez. Oh,
We'll fill you in on the way.
In West Philadelphia.
Exactly.
Picture this.
Regardless,
That
it
is
seems,
a bridge to cross or burn when we come to it.
but regardless, it seems that our next step is to speak to Aaron.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And with all due haste.
Well,
So,
if we're to do this, then, and Aaron turns, he says, there's two things we'll need to do. First,
well, Garvin turns. Aaron's not
I
here.
mean, sorry, I said Arvin.
Wow, well, that was quick.
Freudian.
Holy shit!
Aaron's like, perhaps I
Time
can.
jump.
Oh, God.
No, Garvin. Garvin turns and says, first, and he turns around and flips something around, and Tanton, as you look at it, sort of glitters in the light, and he says, I wonder if this might be of use to you. And he hands it over to you, and it looks more or less like what appears to be some kind of screwdriver, except that, assuming you take it from him, when you pick it up, it and like multiple like series of little tools, screwdrivers, wrenches, like awls, hammers, like all these little things sort of pop out and go back. He says, this is how I've been able to do my work at speed. But if I am going to return to the time stream and disappear from it, it would be nice to know that someone of my order was the one using it. This is a +3 all-purpose tool, Tanton. And what an all-purpose tool does, it's extremely rare. It transfers into a variety of tools. So as an action, you can touch the item and transform it into any type of artisan's tool of your choice. And whatever form the tool takes, you are proficient with it. While holding the tool, you gain a bonus to the spell attack rolls and the saving throw DCs of your artificer spells, +3 to each when you're using this.
Whoa.
Also, as an action, and since this is a whole no short long resting thing, this is going to be your one shot to do this, you can focus on the tool to channel your creative forces. So you can choose a cantrip that you don't know from any class list. And for 8 hours, you can cast that cantrip, which will count as an artificer cantrip for you. You get to do this one time only because you can only do this once per day. So even though there will be more than one day, you won't be able to get the benefit of this beyond that. It does require attunement, but what I would rule is that you're going to be able to essentially attune very quickly to it because of the weirdness of the time stream. The same reason that you're able to sort of do can't get the benefit of short, long rest, et cetera, also means that you attune to this more automatically. If, however, you have something else you're attuned to, then you're going to have to make a decision about which one. Like if you're at that 3 limit or whatever.
No. I have a 6
Oh,
limit.
that's right.
So I'm fine.
Yeah, you're fine. So this is a +3 tool. Exceedingly rare, Tanton. You've heard of these things, but you've never actually seen it unless you have some backstory as to how you saw it maybe being used. But there's maybe 2 of these to the entire House Kenneth. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
3 now.
See, there's an artificer feat that I got, which means that any tool, any magical tool that I use that I'm proficient with, I also gain expertise automatically. So it's a much bigger bonus than you think it is.
Oh, wow.
So
Yep.
That's
Yep.
it's like,
excellent.
okay, well, I rolled a natural 20 plus 32, so it's 50, whatever.
Reminder for everybody, by the way, please make a note. This is day 1, right? Day 5 is when the time syncs up. Day 5 is when Garvin has to deliver this message. The delivering of the message itself is a weird sort of effect in the time stream, but that's one that the time stream, if I can not get all timey-wimey about it, that's one that the time stream has already taken account of. That is to say, you saw them disrupt the time stream before, right? And what you saw was that they disintegrated as a result.
So he's not going back in time. He's going with us
With
forward.
you and then go right, but because they're moving, because like the Cyclops and Krull that I have repeatedly cited, that decides to go face its fate before it's supposed to, and thus faces a terrible fate, because Garvin is doing this, Garvin here is subjecting themselves to the same effect that you noticed in that time, in your time, the present time.
Cyclops' name is Rel, by the way.
Yes.
And there's 2 possibilities on that, but we won't get into it right now.
Yeah. I love that whole story.
It's
though.
great.
It's
Yeah,
so
it's
great.
great.
Yeah. Anyway. So Garvin says, there is some good news at least, and that is that if one wishes to go to the LifeSpark Foundry, it would be helpful to be able to go in some comfort. And Garvin goes past and then takes out from a pocket in their coat a little silver bell and says, now, you might want to, well, perhaps just take a step back from the door, they say, looking at all of you, and then rings the
I get
silver
up and
bell.
scramble back.
Yeah, exactly. And they ring the silver bell, and the bell goes ding, 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 and it gets like super, super loud. And then all the sort of barbed wire and all of the crystal and all of the stuff outside jingles sympathetically, resonating with the sound of the bell, and gets louder and louder. And then you hear a in the distance, and flying towards you, you can see out through the door, is an impressive-looking, apparently mechanical/warforged dragon.
Who passes through the living cloud kills with no problem.
0 problem.
Oh dear.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yep. Which makes
Show
you wonder
off.
what the deal is with that. Yeah, I know. about the whole made in a place and not made in a place, I guess, Ilarion. But that, I think, is a good spot for us to take our break. You are watching the members of D&D with Infinity and Beyond playing the awesome, really fun Eberron campaign, which we are closing towards the end of. And they have made some adjustments in time. I cannot wait to see what happens when they meet with someone else and what happens there. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel. Please subscribe. Please support all of these lovely people in their various endeavors, whether it be audiobook narration or writing or editing or game design or a combination of all those things. But we are so happy to be joined by Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, Brandon O'Brien. We will be back, let's say it's 9:45. Shall we say 10? So 9:55 we'll be back here. And then we will see what happens when they meet the Master Artificer. Until then, chat, please get a break, get hydrated, and stick around. When we come back, it's time to talk to an artificer. Hold tight. We'll be back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back, and it is where's my thing? There we go. It is my great pleasure to welcome back all of you to Infinity and Beyond, Dungeons and Dragons Infinity and Beyond, as we continue with Eberron Oracle of War, the final chapter. When we last left our
Back to the mud, which there is no mud here. Everything is metal. So, yeah.
Not
And
yet.
lava.
Just wait till you see, though. That tagline is coming, I promise.
Oh, great.
So they will face the final boss, who's truly Mud, who's the boss of the Lord of Blatton.
Clayface!
Yeah, exactly. That's who it actually is. No, but we last left our heroes, they had just managed to convince Garvin to annihilate himself, apparently, at some point. But first, they must find Aaron. At least that is what the party
Maybe
has decided.
not.
Maybe
We're
not.
not
We'll
sure.
see. We'll see what happens.
And on the way there, Tantan's going to explain the Oracle of War and Oracle of Bones so that he can understand what it is.
Okay, gotcha. So when the Warforged dragon touches down, you can see that on the back of the dragon, there is it's a pretty good sized dragon. You've seen bigger, but this is not a small Warforged dragon. And it sort of, as it lands, you can see its mechanical head sort of tilting, and Garvin goes over to it and whispers a few words to it, and it very Jurassic Parky, right? With the mouth opening. And you can see on its back that it has sort of a strange looking. It has obviously all these metallic scales, and there is a saddle, more or less, that is a one-person saddle, from what you can tell. But Garvin reaches up and hits a switch and pulls a lever or two, and suddenly you see the saddle lift and expand until it is essentially a bench, if you will. And he says, "All right, we'll head on this way. We'll have to make sure that we fly low. Very important not to go up into those clouds up there, even though it won't harm him." And they, pat the side of the dragon's neck. "It will harm any creatures that have not been created here. You'll definitely want to make sure that you don't have any encounters. Larry, and I can see that you float, so just be careful not to go up into that area. It could be very dangerous."
Tantan kind of
Duly
smirks.
noted.
What's the dragon's name?
Actually, yes.
It is pronounced.
Give me a second.
Click, click, click.
Because you know that Nisiana wants to say hello.
No, I know for sure.
Buddy.
I was going to make up a name, but then I realized that there is actually a name already.
I would be surprised if there wasn't, since it's a vital part of this part of the module.
Yes, Caliber.
Caliber.
So, Caliber is the name Garvin tells you, and Caliber sort of turns its head several times, and you notice that as it turns its head in your direction, it also has a red glowing eye, although not a monocle, but like one of its eyes is red, and it sort of like tilts its head.
Hello, Caliber. Thank you for taking us where we need to go.
And kind of lowers. You can hear a bunch of mechanical whirring from inside, and then it takes its big head and sort of and looks up at Garvin, and Garvin says, "Yes, they're thanking you. You should be happy, Caliber, that there are people that you can help besides just me." And Caliber, and make an. Once you defeated, it would be Excalibur. Very
That's
good.
exactly
Very
what
good.
I was going to say.
That's very good. Like that.
We don't have to defeat it, though. We just have to wait a couple of days, It's just-
Wow. I actually would like I would like Nisiana to make an insight check for me, please. Look at that. Is that
16.
10? 16.
Yeah.
I was like 10. I was like, you're pretty sure that Garvin takes a little bit of extra time by the dragon when you're all getting up into the bench, and chats a little more. And there may be a little bit of sadness about Garvin, although you don't know why exactly. But it seems somehow to circle around the dragon.
Well,
And-
we already know the dragon goes with him, and if the dragon goes with him and he's annihilated, so will the dragon.
That might be it.
That's not for me. That's not that. If nothing else, he will miss his dragon if the dragon does make it. But we don't know for sure that he is annihilated. We just don't know.
That's true. We don't know.
I'm gonna ask Garvin as we get on. I'm gonna ask if are you comfortable to make speaking easier with you that I bring you into a mind link with the rest of us? Would you be comfortable with that, especially as we'll be flying?
And Garvin says, "A mind link. Fascinating. I have not had that experience. Yes, of course. This means, I assume, that if anything I say will be communicated to, or think will be communicated to all of you within this link, I suppose."
As long as you will it so. It will not just be every random thought. Thank heavens. Thank the Corey for such things. But yes, if you think towards me particularly, I will make sure that we all receive it together. You can't exclude me from the conversation, but you can ask me to exclude others. But I will only do so with a very good reason.
Then I accept your offer with thanks.
Thank you.
I have to.
Beep.
There's a
4 bars.
There's a sequence. There's a in my the Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign. One of the characters has sort of a similar telepathic link, except only with one other character. But the other character, who's a water genasi, doesn't really understand the principle of the telepathy, and so is constantly shouting inside their own mind because they think that's the only way to be heard. So it's constantly like, it's hilarious. Every time she's like, "All right, we can see them," and he's like, "Ah," like like blood coming out of the ears type of thing. It's so funny. Oh my god, it's so good.
I imagine that as soon as
Speak
Garvin,
loudly.
Yeah, it's like, ah.
as soon as Garvin gets folded in, it's like you can just hear in the back of Tangent's mind just the girl from Ipanema on permanent loop.
Yeah.
Oh.
Man, it's so funny. Okay. So, just making a little note for myself of something great, lovely. All right. So, the dragon
Something.
takes. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Ron. You're gonna say
Something. I'm just curious what something was. Continue.
Oh. Nothing at all. I was just looking to see about the effects of Warforged Dragon flight on metal arms. Why do you ask?
Tears them right off.
Just kidding. Okay, so let me get rid of this. Sorry, one
My
thing.
arm tumbles in a ravine.
Yeah,
300
exactly.
feet beneath me.
No.
Arm.
It attracts all of the cloud kill. Okay. No, none of these things happen. Instead, the dragon takes off, flies low, although, Alarian, there are several times where you feel like it's going a little uncomfortable, like you're sort of ducking your head because it's like,
Right?
you're just buzzing above
Because
you.
I am the tallest, even sitting down.
That's what I mean.
too.
Yeah,
Like,
and you're a lightning rod, right? Like, I mean...
hey, shut
so,
up.
flies you over here, and as you're flying this way, in the telepathic link, he notes, Garvin says, "You'll be able to see it over there. Perhaps going this way will attract a little bit less attention, surprisingly. Caliber here is very familiar to most of the creatures in the cavern. I don't know, of course, whether he would make a note with anything else. He does tend to cry out sometimes. I don't know whether you've ever heard him do that before I called him." At which point, as you're about to answer, like he roars again and it like echoes across.
Like,
Yeah.
We've heard that before. But in
And
any
we
case,
told lions.
any sense of what you would have seen with that gets sort of blown away in your mind by the sight of what you witness next. Because in this hex that you've just entered into, and by the way, this is another couple of hours further along because of the conversation with him, because of getting prepared and so forth. You see a rough obsidian column rising from floor to ceiling, which is clustered with what look like crystalline shards all around. It's basically like, imagine like a cactus with needles, right? Except if it were on the stalk rather than the leaves. That's what this looks like. Crystals all around this this obsidian column. and there is lava coming from the base of it. It is that lava that flows down through those other hexes that you see at the bottom left of the map there. And from the base of the column, there is an obsidian platform jutting from the base of the column, and Caliber makes his way directly towards it. In fact, you all have to kind of hold on to the bench. There's like a rail at the front that you can hold on to as you dive straight for what looks like, for a minute, it looks like you're striving for the lava, like just straight for it. Yeah, exactly. It's very much a woo. And right before, seemingly at the last second, Caliber pulls up and slows down its great mechanical wings flapping to prevent you from falling into the platform, and then lands slowly on this platform. And ahead of you, you can now see that you're close enough that the rough obsidian column is actually a kind of apparently obelisk of some kind. And behind the crystals, or I should say in between the crystals, you can see all of these arcane runes and sigils and things like that that are there and that are sort of glowing as you are sort of present and available looking at it. So
we're on Mustafar, is what you're saying.
It's pretty, it's not too far off.
Right. Okay.
So there's enough room for Caliber to land, and then you were able to carefully disembark. And then Garvin whispers a few things to Caliber, and Caliber lifts his head up, and again, roars. And again, when I'm doing this roar, by the way, this is literally, it's a weird sounding cry. It's not like a normal, what you would expect from a dragon cry. It's this weird sort of metallic combination cry almost. Hybrid cry? Crybrid, if you will. But in any case, lifts off and heads off somewhere into the cavern. And Garvin turns to you and says, if Caliber doesn't fly around for a while, it might make some of the creatures wonder what's happening. Not that they would know enough to come and do anything, but best to keep our routines, I suppose. And he says, now, we're going to need to be careful as we go in here. There are some, dangers to be associated with this. And I am going to... Yeah, that's what I thought. I am going to... he brings you in on the platform through the front, and I have a new map for all of you. Okay, so this map that you are looking at, I'm going to bring you to the appropriate place. Hang on a second. This here is the platform that you are standing on, basically. Okay, and this here is the center of this rough obelisk, and there are all these runes out here that you can see in different places. In addition to, I mentioned already the lava that is coming out from the bottom, but also you can see as you're looking around that there are these bubbling pools of what look like not lava, but sort of this sort of bubbling something or other.
Mud, one might say.
Well, no, it's not mud though. There's some kind of like, it almost looks like extraordinarily hot water. Why it hasn't turned to steam though is strange. But for whatever reason, it seems to be steaming water. It's just like a hot tub. That's all. You just go and have a nice,
Let's go.
Yeah, like exactly. I'm sure that's fine, and there'd be no consequences.
On Earth.
Yeah, exactly. The worst hot springs. I mentioned the sulfurous smell that you smelled in here. There's definitely those are coming here as well. And in general, this area seems a little, not what you would hope for in terms of a sort of safe place. It feels a little bit uncomfortable here. Sorry, I positioned you the wrong way. You are supposed to be on that platform. Let me rephrase one thing. This thing behind you is the column with all of the crystals and stuff like that. Sorry. And there are runes on it. This, though, is the obelisk that also has runes. Sorry. So this behind you is a rough column which seems to have sprung from the ground itself, covered in crystals and runes. And this is the obelisk, which is much smaller, still fairly sizable, but much smaller than the big natural tower behind you. And from this, there are more runes that you can see. There are no crystals on this. There are crystals on this. Sorry. Make sure that everyone's sort of positioned properly. So as you get here, you can see that there is, in fact, someone here.
Am I supposed to place myself?
Yeah, right here would be good.
Oh, okay.
Or, you know, on the platform somewhere.
I thought you said
There you
when we brought us there, I was assuming. I made assumptions.
Yeah, sorry.
I did too.
I'm dropping this a little bit, dropping everyone in size a bit, just to.
I was going to say, I was just about to say, are these 5-foot squares?
Yeah.
Are we going to fall off?
Yeah, I was gonna say we probably need a little more room.
Maybe so.
No.
All right.
Into a hot tub.
There's this, and we'll make
Hot tub of lava.
Make Larian just a little bigger. Okay, and then we make.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. That seems about right. Okay, great. Okay, so also I guess I could try to put him. I didn't make a token up for this guy, but let me see if I can put quickly, just so we see them there. The other people. So one is this. Hang on just a second. Looking for someone to put on the map so we know and we don't give a crap. All right. Yes. Right. Okay. Aha! Perfect. Look at that. So that's Garvin. And let me just name
It's cute.
Garvin. There they are. Okay. And where's the other one? That's not bad, but it's not quite the picture that I want. I'm gonna put like I wonder if there's if I can just do a
Placeholder.
yeah. Right, hang on a second as I pull that token up. Jeez. That was I put in old man, and you should have seen some of the suggestions it came up with from the web. I'm like, maybe never mind. All right. All right. I don't know.
If you took a look at our lives, we're a lot like him. Oh, yeah.
It's right. Look at his life. You're a lot like him.
Mhm.
Oh man. All right. Okay, that works. I just need to make sure that I get somebody who does not actually is not playing the flute, because he's definitely not playing the flute.
I don't know. I think that'd be the character choice.
That would be right. Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay.
And the bard guy was doing a natural 20 on his intelligence check or whatever it is.
That's right. Okay. Okay, let's go with... Oh, actually, no. This is better. I got it. All right, this is fine for now. So, someone is turned facing the obelisk and is working away at something. And when you land and sort of the dragon goes off, Garvin turns back to all of you and says, Aaron is there. We'll approach him slowly, but be aware he is moody, as I said, and I think it is best to try not to upset him, at least to the extent we can. And he steps forward and he says, My master, I have returned. I must speak to you urgently. It is important for all of us. And there's a sort of a silence and zero response. And he sort of pauses and then says, Aaron de Kenneth, I would speak to you, please. Again, nothing.
I'm going to telepathically reach into his mind and just say, Aaron de Kenneth, may we have an audience, please?
And you can see his wispy white hair in the back of his head kind of, he sort of does this,
Fireball.
whoa. And then he turns around slowly. And I'm going to pop this up here. There we go. You see this old man with wispy white hair sort of turns back in your direction, and his eyes seem a little bit unfocused, perhaps. He has a mane of this wild white hair, and you can see that he's wearing this sort of filthy, threadbare gown, basically. Even as he's turning around, he says, I need to make sure that I stay focused. Have to stay focused as much as I can. And then he sees Garvin, and he says, well, I was wondering where you were. I'd been asking for several of those spanner nuts that you said you were going to bring. Where are they? And Garvin says, you told me to leave, that you couldn't concentrate with me around. And Aaron says, oh, I'm sure I didn't do that. I wouldn't have told you to. Of course, I'm very fond of you. Why would I tell you to leave? I was simply, I was doing calculations, numbers, and there were numbers that numbers, yes, numbers. I have to, and he begins to start turning around, and Garvin says, no, wait. You must speak to us. Speak to you. Why, I have work. Who are all of you? Who are you? Who are you? Hello? Who are you? Now, Tintin, I wanted to ask a question here. Had you seen Aaron in the past? You have, right? I think?
Seen him, but never met him.
Never met him,
directly.
okay. Right. So, Aaron did not look like this, to be clear. Like, he was older, but he never looked like, kind of like 16,000 gigawatts. Like, he never looked like that kind of guy, okay? But he definitely looks a little bit like that now.
Me attention to Sean de Kenneth. And as the word de Kenneth pops out of his mouth, he almost winces like, oh, shit. Shouldn't have said that part, but too late.
Kenneth, the house of, what are you?
And again, he lights up his dragon marks.
And he looks over at Garvin. He says, Garvin, you brought someone to perhaps observe our work, or perhaps contribute to the work. Yes, well, that's you see, there are numbers, equations. I need equations to make the numbers work, and that's not quite how. Well, look, and he starts to turn back around again.
I whisper to Tantin very quickly. You know those very intense moments that you often have? Do you know that there's a thing that you can do to get yourself out of those moods so other people can speak to you?
It doesn't involve slapping the shit out of him.
Can I do it?
I don't slap the shit out of you.
Can I do an insight on Aaron to see if, using my medical knowledge and what I have seen of PTSD, of trauma, of dementia, I'm just Mia Tantan on steroids, to see if I can figure out what this is?
You can make an insight check on him to determine a little bit of that. I'll say that it's probably not a big amount that you're going to be able to figure out with a single check. Like, there may be more to it than that. Also, hello to Dendercia, 5 Raiders from Dendercia. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to a conversation with a person. Maybe there. Thanks, Dendercia. Good to see you.
25.
Yeah, you don't get the thank you, Tendercia. I appreciate the raid. Thank you. And people should be following Tendercia if you are not already. What were you playing tonight, Tendercia? So the Tantan on steroids thing is probably closest, but it's not. There's a singular driven focus about Aaron, a kind of anything else that is getting in the way of doing this is throwing me off, and I need to keep working. Is sort of the impression, but it's not. He does not. You don't think he's insane, and whether there's trauma or not, hard to tell, but not automatic, not just based on that.
So I could ask Garvin over the mind link, what is he working on? Why is he so driven?
He's been coming close to some breakthroughs, at least so he says, relating to the Warforged. I imagine that's what he's doing here, or at least trying to continue to do. And at this point, Aaron has already turned back around and is sort of like looking at several things. And you can see his hands are moving very swiftly among the runes, and he's tracing. You think maybe, Tantan, you catch a little glimpse of a tool being used. Hard to say what. It almost might be an old-style compass, not a magnetic compass. I mean the geometrical tool, right, where you have the pencil in the one hand, right, and then you have the little, like that thing, and he's doing this circle thing, but as he's doing it, there are these glowing blue lights and circles and shapes that he's making as he does this. And so Garvin says that we must really speak to you if we can.
Whoa. Natural 20.
All right, Tanta, what did that get you?
Well, let me explain what I was trying to do first. I was trying to see if Tantan even had a chance of figuring out any piece of what he's trying to do.
Yeah. You do, with a critical success, I would say.
Yeah, but you didn't ask for it, so that's why I was saying I'm trying to figure out if he even has a chance. So.
Yes, possibly. I would want you to tell me specifically what you might be thinking about. I think the way I would describe it is like a very precocious middle schooler might be able to figure out a certain part of an equation that an extraordinarily gifted Goodwill Hunting genius mathematician might do at the other end of the number line spectrum, right? In other words, like you could be like, oh, that makes life then. You know what I mean? Like, and he's doing this like complex calculus at whatever. But you at least think that what this is doing is channeling sentience and life energy together in one place.
I mean, if only you had a Fields medal, Tantan.
It's like an equation of life.
So it's a further evolution of what Aaron already did with the Warforged.
Yeah, but at a level beyond,
right?
You know,
right?
Because you are not a precocious middle schooler, you actually are quite gifted artificer, and you're like, oh my God, what is this? Like, but so it's not like impossible that you can be like. It's just so much further than what you had seen before.
Now I am so tempted to make another roll to see if Tantan can not get caught up in what's going on.
You got saving throw.
Yeah, basically.
I think that it's reasonable. I mean, you know, you're not going to become like entranced and incapable of being.
No, but he you know, suddenly he's got this like, oh shit.
Yeah.
You know, and he's gonna.
He's really onto something.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. Probably it would be like what, an intelligence saving throw, I would think.
Probably, yeah.
Not a wisdom one, because like, you know.
Well.
Actually, you tell me one of the two, intelligence or wisdom. Like,
it's like the difference between knowing that a tomato is a fruit, but it doesn't go in a fruit salad. So I'm thinking that it's probably going to be wisdom saving throw to keep himself from getting lost in the fascination of what this is.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because wisdom's so good for him.
While he's doing that, through the mind link, I asked Garvin, are you going to be able to get him?
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you made the save by a mile.
1 in 400.
You have much more of a reason to actually not get caught up.
Yeah. Well, for those of you
He's out
listening
there.
at home, that was another natural 20 for a total of
That's
27.
amazing.
That really is amazing.
Thank God this isn't Dragonbane.
Yeah, that would have been very bad twice.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I what I'm interested about is this. I don't want to take too long in this, but just very quick, Trent. I'm curious what that looks like for Tanton, because it means that Tanton really did rest himself away from this thing of being lost into it. And I'm wondering, like, what that works out to for Tanton. Like, is that one of those things where he's like, I suddenly thought about Finta at home with Rose or in the hospital? Like, or what is it that, like, pulls
For him,
away?
it's much more immediate.
Okay.
He is realizing that if the Lord of Blades gets a hold of this, given what I'm beginning to think it might be able to possibly potentially do in the grand scheme of things, we are fucked.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah. And so Garvin says, Master Aaron, please, at least listen to what they have to say. And Aaron sort of slowly turns around, like with great reluctance, and is like, "Say about what? What exactly do they need? Garvin, you're good at what you are. You're a good person, and but I have work to be done. Oh, what is it? What do you need from me? Please, my work is I must continue."
In the mind link, Tanton says, Valerian, you are the closest thing to what he's trying to make.
Yep, and already coming to that same conclusion. So,
He doesn't even seem to have focused on you yet, by the way, Alarian. Like, he's
yeah,
kind of
exactly.
like,
So, do you want to turn him around to face us, if you don't mind, Arv?
Okay. Oh, sure.
And I step out apart from everyone else, and then come to drift over in front of him.
Okay. So he turns
and
around.
Of course, looking down at him.
Of course. And his eyes sort of like, so at first he's like, what? And then he kind of like, his eyes sort of blink and, oh. And he looks up. You are, and he sort of looks over his shoulder. What are you exactly? And his stuttering has ceased. Like for a minute, he's just, what are you? And I would say, I don't even think you need an insight check for this. Those of you looking directly at him, which I think is all of you, can see that there is now, instead of sort of this kind of like half-focused, whatever, he has these bright blue, sort of piercing, bright blue-eyed gaze, which is sort of piercing as it looks into you, and his voice is totally different. And he says, what are you exactly?
I am what you would call a Starforged. I am not of this plane. I come from very far away. I do not comprehend what you are doing here. But from what Garvin has told us, you are seeking ways to fuse humanity with the Warforged constructs. There is a great danger coming this way. We have been sent to take you from here. For this danger that is coming here will obliterate anything in its path, including, unfortunately, you if you are found here. We would like you to come with us now, and in return, we would like you may study me to some degree.
And Aaron sort of looks up and sort of is like staring at you as you speak, and then
floating right in front of him, exactly.
And then reaches up and sort of just, this is not intended for him to be creepy. He just sort of touches your face, like he's kind of like,
oh yeah,
and then
I don't even react.
And then lowers his hand and says, a Starforged, you said. Clearly having heard absolutely nothing after the word Starforged. And
just nod.
stares at you and says, But you're the answer, though. You are the answer, Garvin. I told you that you must remember. Don't you remember? And Garvin sort of, Master, you spoke of many things. I know I spoke of many things, but this is the thing, the one that matters. You said your name is Alarian, a Starforged. Then I have been right. Do you remember where you came from? And he has this little smile on his face.
It is a place. You could probably find it, I would imagine, given your intellect, but it is far, far from here. It is another plane of existence. I literally fell from that, what people here would call the heavens.
You did. But do you know what brought you? And he gets this big smile and he says, you, when you came here, 1,000 years or more ago, were brought by this. And he points at the obelisk. These runes are yours. And so Garvin sort of stops, and Garvin looks thunderstruck, and then is like, and looks, and how do I describe this? Garvin looks at you, Alarian, with a look of, oh yeah, oh God, what? How did I not, like, did not even have sort of seen this before.
So,
and, yeah, go
do I
ahead.
recognize what's written on the obelisk?
You can go up and take a look.
Yeah, well, I will. So I'll go beside him, because now he's certainly piqued my curiosity.
Through the mind link, I will just remember, time is of the essence. I understand.
Days pass. And,
if it's the
Time
difference
is
between
of the
him,
essence.
between him walking out of here as you wish or being carried out of here as I wish, I think we can afford a few more minutes.
Correct. But just...
let me work.
When you
Arv, what do I see?
When you get close to the when you get close to the obelisk, you can see there are these blue lines that I mentioned, and like numbers and equations that are written all the way around. But as you get close to it, the blue lights begin to glow more and more intensely. And once you are only, I don't know, maybe, assuming you come this close, like 5 or 10 feet from it.
Oh, I'm much closer. I might go right up next to him. If he
Okay.
didn't move, I'm standing right next to him regarding it.
When you do, the lights, the lines and the lights, sting, 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 and they start to connect. And all of a sudden you see numbers connecting to symbols, connecting to other numbers, and instead of equations, you now realize that what you were looking at is essentially a constellation. Or that's what it appears like. The constellation, Alarian, is of your face.
Ha!
And as you sort of look and pause, there's this moment where he's just sort of staring up at it, and with you, Aaron is, and then he says, in ancient times it was said that the great creators, those that lived in the time of perhaps Eberron himself, would look up upon the stars and wish to bring things down, creatures down from it. They could forge themselves, the stars, into new things, new beings. Even then, there was no feeling that it would work. It was all conjecture. I did research on this myself when I was younger, and I had come to believe that it was all fantasy and story until I found this. This thing here brought you. You were summoned here by this thing 1,000 years ago. Surely you have spent time up in the mountains looking down upon the world, wondering why you have come, why you have met no other Starforged like yourself. Has it not ever troubled you that you alone understand yourself as an entity, with nothing else around you? No one else like you?
I am not from here.
No,
I would not ever assume there were more like me here.
that is true. You are not from here. But you were brought here by this 1,000 or more years ago, summoned by the magic and artifice of those who back in those days could make this do what it now has done again. To form, to create, and to give life to. You are the touchstone by which this knows that it functions. You are the link to a world beyond. You can see he's almost like reverent. Now, Alarian, you may view this all as hokum. Maybe it is. But he sure doesn't seem like he's acting like it's hokum, nor does he seem as if he's he's clearly deeply moved, but he doesn't seem to be like, you are my greatest he's not, right?
No,
he's
I know
not pretending to
that,
be
right.
Dr. Frankenstein. He just seems deeply moved by all of it. And there's no doubt that you're looking at, on this constellation, something that does look like your face. That's
right,
definitely
and
the case.
so the question I would have is, does Alarian feel any kind of connection to this obelisk is the thing. Like, I want to use arcane insight on this thing.
Sure, you could do that, 100%.
All right. Vintage. Now, I would love to get a roll kind of like what Trend had. So let's see.
Well, go ahead, do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
that's
It's super easy. Really
I did it twice in a row. How difficult could it be?
And I have advantage, so gee, it should be even
Right.
easier.
Yeah,
I was
no,
using
I'm
both
right.
dice.
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a 21.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
Yep.
What I would say is that there is a feeling of like an electrical impulse that runs up and down your body, like static electricity when you were close to this thing. It feels like your body itself feels elevated slightly, like as if your body is magnetically drawn to the thing, but obviously not in a way that you'd be like sucked to it, but it feels resonant to you. I will say that no one else around you, including Aaron, seems resonantly drawn in the same way. They may be reverently drawn, but not resolently drawn. So, in other words, they don't seem to be getting pulled to it physically the way that you feel a little bit of your body electrically, energetically is being drawn to this thing.
So, just now keep in mind, Alarian only has an intelligence of 10. It's not really their strongest suit trait.
This is more intuitive anyway, though.
Right, but he's not necessarily saying that this created me, but I was drawn to it.
Yeah.
Like, it's of a kind with me, basically.
That's right. And he didn't say it created you. He said
No, he never said that. Right. Exactly. All he knows, it might be insulting to me. No, he never. I know he never said that. I was trying to get whether he was intimating, but he wasn't even that. It was just that we're connected. So
yeah.
Before anyone else can do anything, I reach out and touch the obelisk. I place my hand on it.
Okay.
So, the universe dies.
Yes, right. That's our show. Yeah. So when you
DM catalyst for the win.
Yeah. So when you touch the obelisk, there is a moment of sort of quiet, and the blue light flares, and then there is a moment, Alarian, where you feel like you are again at the top of a mountain. And I would ask you to think back to your dream, and you may remember that we all were like, how exactly did you have a dream?
When he mentioned it, that's why I looked down at him, because like no one else except my party knows of that, and I don't even think they know of it necessarily.
Yep, that's right. This is almost a replay of exactly what that is. That feeling as if you were sort of out of body, looking down upon the world and a little bit upon yourself. Except that this time, as you look into the distance, Alarian, in this sort of vision that you're having, there is a streak of silver and blue that you can see in the sky that is from the sky plummeting towards the ground. And there is that moment where you see that, right? And then this is a little ham-handed, but the camera sort of pivots around, basically, to show that it is indeed a star-forged, figure that you thought you were looking at. But it's not quite that. It is a large figure looking at the silver and blue glint. You had assumed it was you that was looking down on this.
Right.
But it is not you. It is the face, body, and demeanor of the creature you spoke to during the battle against the Rakshasa, to whom you pledged something.
Oh.
And then as the streak hits the ground, you're kind of like, whoa, and you're back, stand next to the obelisk. And Aaron, who's been looking up at you fascinated, says, "So, have you felt it? The connection there."
Yes.
You are it. The reason that we are doing all of this is because of what you have shown is possible. Before the Warforged, there was you. Before these creatures that now we have made, that we have created. These things that walk and crawl and fly. The things that speak and think and have life and purpose and meaning. They came, at least first, from you. This is the work that I am doing here. The work that this forge can do. No more the use of slaves to be thrown into battle for people that have neither understanding nor care for what they do, but creatures that can make their own decisions, choose their own rights, their responsibilities, what they wish to do. You are the example. Something that can be brought here and live its life as it chooses, not as it is ordered or made to do. This is my life's work, and now I can do it here. And Garvin is sort of like staring around at all of you like...
I'll just ping Ilarion telepathically and say, "Are you all right, Ilarion?"
I am trying to figure out how to answer him. we still have the current problem to deal with.
He will be able to do his life's work if he survives the next encounter, so he needs to get away from here so that he may finish it.
Yes. Agreed.
I'm just telling that to you telepathically. I'm letting you.
Oh yeah. No, this is
It may
entirely
be
in our
you
head.
who does the convincing.
Well, I think it's going to have to be.
You can do it, Ilarion. He believes in you, and you should believe in yourself as we do. 1 point of inspiration, 1 dice of inspiration, my friend.
I was waiting for that phrase.
I was like, and I kind of walk up and I kind of touch you and I say, with guidance, I'm like, tell him that what he needs to hear.
I was about to do guidance as well.
5 guidances.
Garvin's like, are you buffing him? Because I...
No, we're saves coming this interview.
Oh, yeah. I go back to the little spinning circle at the front, touch it so that I, save in memory card slot too. I know.
Yep.
Quick save, quick.
Yeah.
Master Aaron, if what you say is true, and bear in mind I have no reason to doubt you at this point, the resonance between myself and this construction certainly bears more investigation. If what you say is true, then we stand upon the threshold of something incredible. I understand that you are clearly a man who is driven to create, driven by this goal. However, I am afraid that you must, and please listen to me very carefully, you must set it aside for a short while, and you must leave this place. The danger I spoke of earlier is coming. It is on its way here. And it will obliterate. It will seek to control you, and I can tell that you are not a man that will be controlled or diverted from your purpose. And if it cannot control you, it will destroy you. And after what I've just gone through, I don't think that should happen. So will you please come with us? It is only for a few days. And then you can resume your work towards this goal of yours.
What is this threat of which you speak? What
Oh,
threat does he
boy.
mean?
You've been here for, I would assume, a long time.
Yes, I have.
So you're perhaps unaware of what is going on outside this area?
Well, no, the world moves as it moves. I am doing what I can to create something new.
Of course. Are you familiar with a being called the Lord of Blades?
Lord of Blades. I think that you, and he looks to Garvin, you mentioned him, Garvin, some massive warforged. Some people said it was a myth. This is what you mean?
I look to Garvin and nod. It's like,
And Garvin says, we have spoken about it, Aaron. Yes, the Lord of Blades, it is no myth. The Lord of Blades, according to these people, is coming for you. Coming for what purpose? Aaron says. To see my work?
No,
To
he's coming
yoke you.
To yoke me?
He's killing people across the entire continent. He is using what he can of Warforged, enslaving them and killing everyone. And now he wants to use you.
You mean
he's coming for this. And I point to the obelisk.
He kind of looks up and then turns back. He intends to use me, to kill me, to use me?
He would use you to create more of his army.
I would not permit that.
We were afraid you would say that, and we understand why you would say that. But then he would destroy you without a moment's hesitation.
You might need to know a little bit more about us too, is not just where we come from, but perhaps when we come from.
There's that.
When? What do you mean?
Oh, this is where it gets interesting.
He seems
so you
like
thought you saw some crazy shit before.
This is where Rowan steps up.
Okay.
And says, for you, this day is new. For us, this day has passed. We came from the future precisely because there are some things that still need to happen for us to ensure the best outcome. But one of them is to ensure that you can do your work so that the Lord of Blades doesn't undo it.
Any sort of... You come from the future, you say? The future? Garvin,
yes.
they said the future, didn't they? And Garvin said, yes.
The weary shake of his head. Or nod of his head. It is
and
true.
If this is a thing that fascinates you, we are more than happy to tell you whatever we can tell you after we ensure that you still have a future for us to tell you.
Wait. You're saying you came back here to warn me that I will either be killed or this forge will be used to produce what? What does the Lord of Blades say that he wants? Why is he killing these people? Why does he want the forge? To do what?
To create an army to subjugate the continent. To conquer. To rule.
The peace between man and machine you hope for is not his wish.
But he sort of turns back and looks. He says, I can build a entirely new world for the Warforged here. A new world for the Warforged and the non-Warforged creatures, the non-construct creatures of this world to live in peace. A better world, a better species.
You don't understand. He doesn't want to live with biological people of any time.
his perspective, he's doing exactly the same thing. He's building his better world.
But this happens to be on the bones of anything living on Eberron.
And Garvin says, Aaron, the world that you and I spoke of, a world of peaceful coexistence, that is not the world he wants. And sort of Aaron kind of, like as if he's trying to calculate it, he says, I can lead our creations into a glorious new future. He looks at the obelisk. A world of hope and of peace.
Just not right now.
And this world of hatred, this
And
rotten
despair.
world, of despair. This world can go back to the mud where it belongs.
Ah.
Sting shifts.
Hey, said the thing.
And he says, surely I understand that he's not able to be convinced now because he hasn't seen this. If you, and he looks at you, Ilarion, stood with me, you and I together, and if others who were...
I put my hand on his shoulder.
That and the obelisk, we could convince him.
And I look him dead in the eye and I say, you have to live first.
You want me to abandon this work?
Not permanently.
Correct. Just delay it a little while.
A few days.
Nothing more.
How small a sacrifice would a few days be, given the amount of work you've already put into it, to keep it from being corrupted?
Also, you'll have time to speak with Elarion.
And if you don't do this, you'll lose all the time you would have otherwise, because we know that what happens here does not involve you, or at least not in the way you want it to be. This is your chance to make that world of hope.
And he told you of the Lord of Blades. I don't know if Garvin ever mentioned us. We didn't quite explain to Garvin moments ago who we were, but he had heard of us before. We are the King's Citadel.
And unlike Garvin, who seems to have some vague understanding of some of these things,
Right?
Aaron is kind of like you
And
just
who
said,
are you when you're at home?
like you said, we are a feta cheese omelet. He would have been like, all right, sure.
Yeah. What's an
Are you,
omelet?
are you asking for a donation?
Delicious,
What do you want?
you
What do you
know.
want from me?
Exactly. Which I'm not going to support your nonprofit. Okay, I don't know. But so he looks up at it and he says, But
There's
Garvin,
dangers untold and hardships unnumbered. We have fought our way.
he says, and he says, if what you say is true, first of all, how do I know that you're telling the truth? How do I know? How can I be sure? So much is riding on this.
I kneel down next to him. And I wave Merime forward.
I come.
My friend will do more if you'll let her. I will prove to you what we say. She has the ability to link us, you, me, and her, our minds together, so you can see what we have gone through. I would ask, please, that you allow her to do this, and then you will know what we are saying is the truth. And how important this decision that only you can make is for everything you have done so far and everything you will do in the future.
I would like a
Let her do
persuasion
this.
check, please, Ilarion.
Can
I'll
you do
give
it at advantage?
Yes,
because
I'll
I'm
give this
helping?
yes.
I was going to say, he still has the advantage that you gave him before, doesn't he?
Yep.
Is it
Oh.
advantage
And
or,
it's got-
or wait, a D12?
That was, yeah, D12.
Inspiration,
A D12 inspiration.
which you could also
from
use,
us,
but
so-
I will give it to you at advantage, like regular old plain old advantage.
Oh, well, I'll take the advantage then.
As I do like a cinematic like show.
Mhm.
And,
his
and
mind.
persuasion, which is good because my persuasion sucks. And I'll still take the D12. So
I will
And
also.
you've got the D4 as well, right?
right.
And since we are still all linked, I will also add in Flash of Genius, so he gets +5 as well.
Okay.
Nice.
What is this? All works out like what +30 at event? Like what? Like
I mean,
guidance
all
plus.
right, so I'll do the
Rowan's
advantage.
like tides of chaos +30 more. Like
Yeah, I'll do
The only reason I'm actually not spending the Tides of Chaos is because this is a lot already.
All right, do the
yeah,
advantage
wild magic
first.
surge here would be really fascinating. Let me just say. Oh, man.
Ooh,
Yikes. Maybe, you know what?
Wow.
Maybe I
All right,
should.
so hold on. Well, just off the 22. So I got a D12 coming, so we'll do that.
What does Tides of Chaos do?
Okay.
He'll get a +4.
17.
Okay.
You get a 1d4, I mean.
And you
Yeah.
said guidance is D4? Jen?
Guidance is D4.
So you're at what, 17? 20 plus 5,
Non-
25?
25.
That's, I mean,
All right,
if not, we not come out
I'm not
and
saying
kidnap
anything
him.
yet. Are you tides of chaosing or not? I just want to make sure.
You know what? Have it. Just go right ahead.
That
Then
way,
that-
all of us have put into it.
Yeah.
This
Then-
is true.
Then Brandon, that means now 2.
Oh, no, I spent sorcery points for this. I don't need to.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right, another D4, which makes it 27.
7.
Nice. Well
Okay,
done.
he sort of nods and he says, all right. I'll see what it is you have to show me."
It is just for a little while. I promise. All right,
Then you toss him into a pool. Right, got rid of that old bastard. So anyway,
Back to the mud.
just wait.
back to the mud this.
And so Mermaid do the thing.
Street Fighter uppercut.
So I need like a DM
Dukin!
dramatic ruling here, because theoretically I don't do images in the mind link, but for the purposes of the coolness of this setup, could
But actually,
maybe
I'll be the one forming, because you and I have seen the Lord of Blades in
Yes.
the Argonth.
yes.
So,
So-
I'll be showing him. He's kind of reading my mind. I'll be showing him not only that, but also snippets of where I come from to tease him to go along with us. So it's going to be kind of a little bit of A and a little bit of B.
So, okay, but to be clear, you're doing that. Marame, are you shaping this? Like how, because yes, this is going to be off the norm, but this is a very much, I know I have referenced this many times. This is very much Dragon's Graveyard D&D type of thing, D&D show type of thing. When they go back to the graveyard, anyone who's watched that classic cartoon, everything is like 50 times more powerful. Like
Yeah.
you're in a space
Yeah.
right now where your powers are resonant, Marame. Like they are
A bit like a dream.
there's
Yeah.
something like that. There's an element of dreaminess about this. Yes.
Yeah, I want to basically be a conduit from Alarian's minds and memories to offer them in a dreamlike quality to Aaron's mind so that he can really see and experience what Alarian wishes to share.
I am going to ask you then to make me a. I'm going to give it to you as a performance check, and I'm going to
Okay.
have you add your wisdom bonus to this, which is not
Ooh.
normally the way it works, but you're a Kalashtar, and whatever, I can do that.
And she's a bard.
So I get a
Yeah.
+4 and I get a +11 for my performance, just to be clear.
Just to be clear, thank you for the resub, by the way, Wispy, at tier 2. I appreciate
Yay!
that. Oh, Wispy did that
Wispy!
on purpose to inspire you. Hey, thank you, Wispy.
Oh,
I
Look at
love
that.
you, Wispy. I already did before this, but now even more. Oh, thank you. So I will.
Double inspired. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I will do the performance at advantage. Thank you, Wispy.
Thanks, Wispy.
And
Plus 15.
plus
yeah, so I'll roll +4 to what I'm giving on the performance check
Okay.
right now.
Yep.
An advantage. Wow.
Yep.
+4, so that's 26. Thank you, Wispy.
1 second. I don't. I thought it might be in the bedroom, hon. I don't.
Oh, you're not talking to us. Okay. I was like, you've never called me hun before. What the hell?
Yeah, he has.
She was asking about a phone. I
Well,
was like,
not on stream.
it's a whole different matter. Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay. So 22, and then you add. And so, what was the total in this?
+4, 26.
26.
Then plus 11.
I already did
performance.
the.
That
That was
was-
counted
Oh,
already.
I
Yeah.
see. No, I got you. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
thank
know,
you.
Yep,
So,
that's fair, Wispy. It was a good call.
thank you. You're the best.
So, as you sort of shape this for him, you can kind of see Aaron kind of like eyes widen and then lower and sort of narrow again, and you could see him like completely locked in as you're showing him all of these different things. And when you get to the end of that, you sort of like are finished with the presentation, if you will. When you finish the PowerPoint,
Contact information.
He has this moment where he sort of takes a step back and he sort of nods slowly, and he sort of then looks over at Garvin, who's just been watching him carefully, and he says, "There's one other thing that you need to remember. I know that I would never have given the forge over to this Lord of Blades. And that means that in the future you come from, he killed me. By you saving me, you may have altered the time stream. You may have caused all of time to become warped. Are you willing to do this just for me?"
We're willing to do it for your vision of hope.
And
Valerian will the discretion or silence is the better part of valor here, so he will say nothing, just nod.
Okay, go ahead, Tanton.
Tangent being, well, doesn't necessarily ping just Nithiana, but says, "Can we resurrect him later?"
If I have a piece of him. If he's willing to come back.
For this, I think he might.
I can do true resurrection later, yes. But I have to have a piece of him. And if we do it that way, he should know the possibility of what's going with Garvin.
So, are you guys doing this telepathically, or?
Yes.
Okay, so I can overhear then.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, I think it's worth the risk. Is that what you're saying as well? And
wait, the risk to keep him alive?
Yeah, to keep him alive. Yeah, he's worth the risk of saving. Now, we can't risk that we can find a piece of his body because we don't know what will happen.
Unless we take one now.
But it's the Lord of Blades who would have killed him, so we'd still be messing with the time stream, right?
No,
still alive, just injured. If you take a finger, I'm going to be very pragmatic here. Take a finger, he's still alive. Okay, who knows? Lord of Blades doesn't care how he got wounded. Just
it is still going to have to be his choice.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I do want to caution everybody that in this time stream, since you are technically in the past, you have no idea how resurrections are going to work here.
We wouldn't be doing it now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking a part from his past to bring him to the present and then do it,
outside
it's still
the
a little
horn.
Weird. I'm letting you know this not because I'm trying to dissuade you,
just
because I want you to be aware of that. And
but I would honestly rather just take him with us because nobody knows what happened to him. So
yeah,
that's true.
At this moment, any of these decisions may still be a part of the time stream.
Okay, we can't keep looking into the blankly. We have to go back to him and inform him of what the possibilities are. Because we're just going to looking back and forth between each other. Nithiana, do you want to lay this out?
No, it was Mia Tanton's idea. He gets to to explain it. And okay. I say that loud, actually.
That's fine. I have no problem with it. What you just stated.
Yes.
True. It is a risk. However,
However, Tanton will explain why the next.
Let me hit this off my associate here. I'll take you to the next phase of the operation.
Tanton's looking down in the mud like, oh, it's kind of pretty.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Would you rather I say it? Would you rather? Because I'm the one who knows.
Chime in a moment.
All right.
What we were discussing a moment ago is the idea that, given the fact that I now think that you would be even more insistent on remaining here, and it would be even more difficult for us to persuade you to leave temporarily, to suspend this and come back later. if you do remain and the Lord of Blades does kill you, if we take a piece of you, doesn't have to be a very big piece, but we can, at some point later on, outside of the gray, resurrect you so that you can return here and continue your work as you are. Would that
Now-
be something you would consent to?
If that would even work. We're talking about the gray and the time plus the life forge
We
energy
take
here.
it outside of the gray.
And then I ping mirror me. Of course, you have that one spell. If the resurrection doesn't work.
Oh, I do. I
Oh, oh.
but Aaron, are you willing to come with us to find safety to continue your work later?
That would be preferable.
Yeah, very much so.
Except we don't know what the time stream will do to that.
If he is not here
To
for the
be
Lord
killed.
of Blades to confront, correct?
But if
It
we
is
take
possible. We are then on an alternate time stream.
if we take a piece of him, though, we might be creating an alternate timepiece
Could be
as
a
well.
could be a toenail.
Timepiece time. I don't. Mary is like, but the dreams don't even reach us here. Like, we just don't understand. And this is the Corey. This is what I am, Kalishtar. The dreams cannot reach me. We can't predict what will happen to something as big as this, as time and magic and creation forge and the gray. And even if we take it out of the gray, we were 5 days, 4.5 days now in the future, just moments ago. I understand what you're saying, but if we're going to risk this, I say we risk taking him with us and take the penalty. If we're going to stand by this world of hope, I think we need to stand by it. And whatever time happens, it is something we will be able to take. I have no doubt of that.
I want to agree with that. I am a cleric of life. I would rather save your life right now and let us work together until our time streams meet again. Because in my future, nobody knows what happened to you. Except perhaps the Lord of Blades. We don't know. This might actually be what we're supposed to do.
Exactly. We have no idea.
So, but it's got to be your choice.
So he looks from each of you in turn, from Rowan to Nisiana to Marame to Tanton. He looks at Garvin. And finally, Ilarion, he looks at you and sort of rubs his chin almost idly. And then he says, "It is a risk either way, it appears. If I am going to continue my work, then I suppose I need to pick the choice that's least likely to take me from that path in the end. We are going to hide, you say, go away from here, conceal ourselves, and wait?
There's a couple of other small things we have to do.
But basically, yes.
Yes.
And he nods slowly, and he says, "Then, if we must be preserved, then we must preserve ourselves to do it." And as he says that, I need each of the 5 of you to make a charisma saving throw, please.
Uh-oh.
Charisma saving throw.
Saving throw.
Saving throw.
Saving throw.
I'm going to reserve a spirit die for this. Because oh, God.
God, it's my best too. I'm just not feeling it.
I got a 25.
For God's sake.
I got a 15 and I've got a plus 11.
I'm going to spend a spirit die on this one.
Okay.
Myself.
Is that a 9?
That is a 9.
That's a 9.
Yep, that worked.
Also, okay. So it looks like we've got a 25 from Nisiana, a excuse me, a 15 from Merime, a 18 from Alarian because of the spirit
Correct.
die, right?
Yep.
And we have a 9 from Tanton. And Rowan, did I see one from you?
Yeah. You're
You're muted,
mutated.
sir.
Muted.
No, you did not. This is going to be hilarious. I am going to Tides of Chaos, which means that I owe you a Wild Magic Surge
Okay.
immediately after this.
I want a
Well,
wild magic
then-
search. It's like this affects the flow of time. You go
That-
backwards.
that
At
will
which
be
point I'll
two.
be like, dang!
Wow, 27.
Okay. All right.
Now, as we discussed during the break, you already owed him a
Right,
wild
yes, I
magic
owe you too.
surge.
You
So
owe me a
this
wild
is
magic
next.
surge.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did a Tides of Chaos very early.
Oh,
for
yeah.
something. But yes. Mhm.
All right. Let me
So
see
this
those
is
wild magic surges, and then
D20
we'll.
number 1.
Wow.
Natural 20.
Okay.
Okay.
This is where things could go really weird.
No, it'll
at
be
this point, all of
fine.
my luck has dried up. 14.
14.
Okay.
Good.
So neither one is those. What all of you see is for a moment, the world seems to shift.
Ooh.
And there is a moment where there's a flash, and all of you see a raging battlefield, and there are like bodies on the ground, there is roaring, there is shrieking, and there's a moment where you think you see this vision of something, the Lord of Blades or something, but it's clearly from like not in this pleasant moment where you are. And then the world slips back into focus. Tanton, however, takes 27 points of psychic damage.
Oof.
And
Whoa.
as you all sort of look around, nobody else takes that gem, it's just Tanton. So that, just quickly, that's 128, I think, Tanton.
Thank you.
And as you all are looking around at each other, you can see that both Aaron and Garvin are like holding their heads. And Aaron says, well, if that is the consequence of trying to change time, I think we've done it. I hope there won't be any stronger ones in the future. And as you all are standing on the platform, preparing to, now that you've made this time travel decision, this time stream decision, to go to your next spot, in the distance you hear the hunting roar of a mechanical dragon. And that is where we will bring our session to a close. So freaking awesome. Oh my god. So awesome.
Time damage?
Yeah.
Oh.
But see, I loved the discussion because it's exactly right in that there are going to be, I warned you all, there were going to be consequences and there would be increasing consequences, but it may be worth facing the consequences. And also, Nisiana's point about like, this may also be what we actually did may also be right? Like there's just, you're operating a lot in the dark. And so you're making a lot of decisions based upon this seems like the best combination of things to do. It's heady stuff, but you are level 19. I mean, like the King's Citadel does the jobs no one else can do, blah, 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 right? Well, guess what? Time to go save time. I mean, like,
including
you know,
meddling with time. What
including
about
meddling
time?
with time. And like,
Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
The first
Oh,
time
man.
around, we let him die.
right. I mean, well, it would have just been very interesting to see either way. But the fact that you've made this decision that you're keeping him, you got the Garvin thing going on, means that so much of this, basically this entire session was based on essentially 2 extended conversations with 2 of the most important people that you're going to meet in this time, though, that have to do things if everything else is going to sort of click into place, which I loved every minute of that because it was so fun to watch people kind of navigating that. And I could see the gears turning in everyone's head. Marie Marime's thing about coming out and being like, but I'm a Clash Star. This is what I saw. Like, I mean, yeah, they're just really good stuff because it all seems like it clicks into place for different reasons, and I thought it was really neat. Oh man, really, really fun. Good work from everybody. I will start with Brandon. Again, I'm doing this. Normally, I'd go back to the ziggurat, but I've been keeping it up on the map screen mostly because I want to keep the pictures of the two figures that you had this big discussion with during the session today, and that's Garvin up top and then Aaron down at the bottom. Brandon, really interesting stuff from Rowan today. I loved the freaking scribbling and then like, wait, I figured it out. Like, and then here's the blueprint where you're like, this line equals this and like connects to this and everything. And like, in your own way, you know, you are the subject of, you are part of the reason, of course, that Tantan ended up with the King's Citadel. You are the reason. You're a major part of why this happened. And now you sort of have been connected on multiple levels as a member of the King's Citadel group yourself, as a person who was brought into this group with connections to Tantan, and so knows what House Cannith is about and so on. And then figuring out what to do to sort of keep the time stream intact, but also sort of empathetically understand about what profiteth it, to quote the Bible for a minute, what profiteth it a man to lose his soul, to gain the world if he should lose his soul? What profiteth it someone, right, to gain time if you have lost a person about which people deeply care, right? And so it seems to me like Rowan is often a human touchstone for that, about like, well, what about the human cost of some of these things? Nisiana does that too, of course. But in this
But
case,
she's not human, so
yeah, well, yeah. Sorry, a mortal. Let's put it that way. Mortal touch to this. But anyway, I just thought it was really interesting to see Rowan navigating all of that. And the Tides of Chaos thing would have been funny if that actually worked out to a Wild Magic search, but it was not to be. So, how did you feel about today's session, Brandon? Where will the fine folks find you next?
It would have been absolutely hilarious if we had done all of this work and very eagerly convinced Garvin and Aaron of the work that we're supposed to do, and just when we had finally convinced them that all of this is vitally important,
You
and
turn them into a bowl of
actual
oatmeal because Wild Magic Surge. Like, it's just like,
yeah, would have been absolutely hilarious. So I can't remember if I mentioned this last session, but the fact that there are consequences to time in this part of the adventure reminds me of one of my favorite television shows of all time called Timeless.
Oh,
I care about the show so much I literally wrote an entire essay about it ages ago. But one of my favorite moments in that show is in episode 2, where they travel back in time to what they think is intervene in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. But the historian on their team is like, well, we can't. Whatever else we think these bad guys are going to change, we need to stop that. But Abraham Lincoln still needs to die. We have no idea what will happen to history if he doesn't die at this point in time. And then later in the episode, she is the only person on the team who is on the balcony with Lincoln when it happens. And then later that evening, she tells the rest of the team, yes, I had all of these thoughts about what would happen to time if we didn't do anything. When you see the man die right in front of you, and then she just trails off. And it's like that beat is the thing that I care about the most in this moment. This idea of, yes, we know what the consequences were, but it still obviously sucks to know that suffering can be changed and then have to debate whether it should happen.
yeah.
And the thing that I enjoy the most about the situation that we're presently in is that there is so much information we don't know that we may as well take the risk, because any action that we take might as well be risky anyway. We should be invested in at least saving the most lives, making the most radical change, assuming that that's what we're here for, because that's why we traveled. So I'm very curious to see how we lean back into that in the future. I want to see us ask and answer more of those questions, because I really do believe that not only that some of these consequences are things that we should be willing to bear, but I believe that Rowan believes that some of these risky decisions are specifically the decisions not only that someone should make if they were in this position, but what we're here to make. That all of this has essentially led us to this specific moment where if anybody else were asked this question, they would have given into cowardice. But at this point, we need to actually be willing to invest in doing the most radical thing that we can do. So yeah, I'm glad I didn't get a headache, because that would have sucked for me. But let's see if all of the potions that I never drank will make this easier in the future.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and you can learn more about me on all social media at The Rising Tides or at my website, which is also my newsletter, which is brandonobrien.xyz. I am not sure where the next place that you will see me will be for all kinds of very complicated reasons, but one of those places will definitely be on this channel for more of Eberron. Um, and also on April the 11th, I will be uh running a Clarion West workshop on writing speculative poetry. So if you want to learn more about speculative poetry, you should sign up for that. And in late March, I'll be actually doing an AMA on r/fantasy. I can't remember the date at the moment, but it's on their calendar. So definitely pass through if you've ever wanted to ask me an absolutely silly question about my work or my writing or anything else. Um, Again, reminder, if you can nominate for the Hugos, please nominate Sinners. It is actually a very big deal. But also, you should nominate some of my stuff too. I have it on good authority, which is the authority of the literal editor of the Seattle Worldcon blog, that not only is my two not only are my two poems that I read at Seattle Worldcon eligible for the best poem Hugo, very obviously, but because Converse is technically it's a unique specific thing within the blog. It is eligible for best related work. The entire blog is eligible for best fanzine, which you definitely should do because there are lots of other very talented writers doing a lot of very good historical work about the history of the Seattle World's Fair and the history of Seattle's first Worldcon and all of the very cool SFF stuff that came out during that point. But that all technically means that I am also eligible for best fan writer, which didn't even cross my mind, but that would be really dope. But what I really care about is a poem Hugo or Converse winning best related work, because I care about people understanding that speculative poetry is indeed of value and very well worth study and discussion. So if you are nominating, I would very much love it if you gave my work some love. And I will tell you some other poetry that obviously deserves best poem Hugo nominations later in the week when I have read all of the things that I need to reread, because there was a lot of very good poetry in 2025. But please nominate nominate poetry for best poem Hugo. Those poets really deserve it. I really want this to stick around. So thank you very much.
Good stuff. Thanks, Brandon. Jen, again, good stuff today from Nisiana. Nisiana was, I think, representing multiple things today. First of all, speaking up for the need for choice, the discussion that happened with Ilarion, and being like, hey, like, you got to give this guy the choice. You can't just, assume that this is going to go a certain way. And thinking about the idea of, could I resurrect this person? Is that possible? What happens in those circumstances? Am I willing to take the risk or not based upon what's happening here? That saving this guy, and as you said, you're a cleric of life, you want to save this person, and so the best option is for him to choose to stay alive. That whole thing of choice always getting in the way sometimes, but you shouldn't hurt yourself. It's dependent on what they want to do, obviously. So there were a lot of things Nisiana had to navigate here, and we'll see what happens with the healing down the line. But also, everybody knows that there's the possibility of a time travel consequence if what you just experienced was one such consequence, and if they are going to ramp up a little bit, then using the 5th level spell type stuff is going to be even more potentially dangerous the next time around. So there's a lot that Nisiana is going to have to think about in terms of keeping these people on their feet. How did you feel about today's session, Jen? Where will the folks find you next?
I was actually quite surprised by almost every character. Rowan asking if we wanted to hear his terrible idea first.
Yeah.
Before just telling us.
Yeah.
Ilarion with his "we'll just take him," which was no, because consent is important. And then I think Mia Tanton is the one who shocked me the most. Can you resurrect him? I'm just like, what? Like, wait, what?
What the what?
I would need a piece of him.
That can
Oh
be,
my
and then it's like, well, that can be arranged.
There are many to choose from right here.
No, but oh my God, there's one thing to say it academically. It's another thing to take a piece of him personally.
It's that sequence in the abyss where you're like, I can drown and you can bring me back, and you're just like, what? Like how? What are you asking me to do?
I mean, and she did consider it. I mean, when he academically, she's like, well, yeah, of course I could do that. I mean, but I have to have a piece of him. But that, oh, and I think because she is a cleric of Eberron and a cleric of life, she always eventually comes back to just that. She comes back to her faith and what her core beliefs are. And life is sacred. Consent is important. Yes, we have to listen to the bad ideas because we need our shadow for a reason. And I really liked this session. I liked how much all of us bent and moved with each other and worked with each other and supported each other. And making me and Tantan talk when he didn't want to was kind of fun too. So where will I be next? Since we're not playing again this month, the next time somebody might see me is NorwestCon, April 2nd through 5th. I will be on panels and around. I'm not staying on site this time. I'm going to be down there with a friend of mine, author Amanda Cherry. And I'm going to second what Brandon had to say about if you can nominate for the Hugos, please do. They close on March 31st. And I can tell you that I am actually going to be recommending Brandon's poem for announcing who won the Hugo poem because what he had to say about bringing stuff into the future. That was the poem I thought was most impactful to me. But that's only one of 4 poems that I'm recommending. So reminder, since I didn't get the recommendations up, it will be linked to the bottom of this thread on Monday by end of day. John and I are eligible for Augment Magazine for best semi-prosy. Actually, John and I are also both eligible for best short form editor. So
Triffett says nominations close March 28th.
I thought it was
No.
March 31st. What does it say on here? It's,
Choosing
oh,
the
you're
Monday
right.
28th just to be
Yeah.
safe.
It is
Website
28.
is-
Thanks,
Oh,
thank
dear.
you,
website is
Triffid.
28th.
Thanks,
Let me
Triffett.
make sure. I'm going to have to make sure I probably put that in my blog post.
That is
but
2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from
Yes.
today, get your noms in if you can nom. Otherwise, thank you for coming and thank you for supporting. And I will see you either at NorwestCon or here next.
Awesome. Thanks, Jen. Good stuff tonight. John, obviously a pretty big session too for Alarian. A little bit of sort of origin revelation here, and also not exactly origin, but like summoning to this world revelation, put it that way, and certainly a sense in which there was a connection that Aaron had specifically. Obviously, Aaron was going to have a connection to House Cannith. Aaron was going to have a connection to a variety of things, but having Alarian be a Starforged that has this link to this enormously powerful obelisk, sort of the center of all things in some ways, was something I think you were not expecting, and that had an effect on how you were going to coordinate things. Because I wondered if it changed at all Alarian's thing about we just got to take him and go, like just get the hell out of here and do the thing, or whether there were things that you picked up from both Garvin and from Aaron, and then the thing with the obelisk, where you realize that things are maybe slightly different than you might have imagined them to be otherwise, and what the implications of that are. Also, the fact that the thing looking at you was this, godlike being and not actually you yourself looking at yourself, is also maybe a little bit interesting to consider. So yeah, I am very curious to see how Alarian reacts to all of that as we go forward. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, I'm going to quote the immortal Ron Burgundy. Well, that escalated quickly. Yeah, this was. So I have a question for you, Arv.
Sure.
Did you read this campaign from start to finish before before we started playing?
Uh, much of it. Can I ask why you're asking? Because I have to be
I
careful about
well,
not revealing things.
no. It's not going to reveal anything. But if you did, then I understand why you seemed more than inordinately excited when I said, "Hey, I want to play this particular variant of a Warforged."
What on earth do you mean?
I know, can't possibly imagine.
I mean, and the other part, of course, I'm going to save this for our postmortems, but you all know how much I alter these things too. So
Sure.
There's a lot of it that I also shape for the benefit of this. And when they were like, I'm a Starforged, I'm not a Warforged, I'm from elsewhere. I'm like, oh, you really? So anyway, yes. So I.
But
I
no,
did
this. But it just clicked into place, and it's perfectly fine. No, that's awesome because it's been very interesting to see throughout this, extended campaign from 1 to 20. Like certainly, Alarian's always been there. Not just sword and board, tank or whatever. But other people have like connections and they forge their own connections to what's her face at the church and that stuff. But in terms of like really affecting our campaign where we're going now, I don't think they've had that much like directly like this is a big deal, clearly. So yeah, that really came way out of left field for me. I was not expecting it at all. So it's very cool. And yeah, it's gonna be some conversations, obviously, gonna be some thinking about that and what the purpose is. And yes, the vision and everything. I was like, god damn it. That to remind me of that guy still in the background, that being still in the background, which I'll deal with them when the time is right. I have some thoughts. And it may be, I may have to do the time, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, this was great. It's a lot of, and yes, to answer your question though, once the revelation that he wasn't like, Garvin wasn't that important to Larian, like, okay, sure, yeah, whatever. It's like, if we got it, and speaking very practically, it's like, well, if we just remove him from the equation, then that's not a problem. But then once they met him, like, oh, he's not a total crackpot. Well, he kind of is, but not really. And then the reaction that he had to me, and then Obelisk could say, yes, you are connected. This is the thing. Like, well, I guess I better reevaluate my parameters for what I want to do here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of it unfolded as we did, which was awesome. Everyone came together as we always do and made the case for this is why we have to do it. And then, of course, do we keep him alive or do we not keep him alive? And yeah, so, well, we've made our call. We've made our choice. And it's going to be interesting to see the ramifications of that going forward, which I'm slightly concerned that it might not be great, but it's done. What's done is done. And we're not going back. We can't go back. So, for 4 days to go, 3.5 days, something like that, we'll see what happens. So, yeah, it was awesome. And even though I'm going to be at Adepticon, which is a lot of fun, I'll be counting the days till we meet again and continue this one because looking forward to seeing where it goes from here.
Good stuff, John. Thank you.
But super quick. I'll be at
please.
Adepticon in Milwaukee from March 25th to the 29th. If anyone is in the area, Chicago fans come up and play some games, throw some dice, have a lot of fun. Stop by and see us. We'll have the entire lower floor, apparently. We're expanding our presence there, which is awesome. It's in the great convention center downtown. Lots of things to do down there besides play games. There's other things as well, and it's just a lot of fun. So come see Catalyst Game Labs at Adepticon, March 25th through the 29th.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. And yes, definitely check that out. It will be worth your while. Marie, again, as per usual, great stuff from Maramé. Also, Maramé's thing about the connection to the Kalashtar, specifically the Kalashtar connection to the dream world. The fact that this feels, although it is time based, not dream based, but it feels like we're all sort of playing in the same pool, more or less, right? That there are these visions that you've possessed, and there was a bit of it that was sort of like, you realize that this is going to be a risk either way, and that we need to think about like. I was reminded of I apologize for all the pop culture references, but I was reminded of in the Age of Ultron, Thor coming back and being like, "I've had a vision," and then being like, and then what is it? And there's like, "Well, Tony Stark's right," and I think it's Mark Ruffalo, it's Bruce Banner who's like, "Oh, it really is the end times." Like everybody being like, "No, I'm telling you what I saw, Dodo. I'll tell you what I saw." Competing visions, I guess, and in this case, it was interesting because. There really is this question. Again, it is not an open question as to whether or not Even if like this is how you maintain the time stream. There's an argument. I mean, in chat they were talking about that incredible Star Trek episode, "The City on the Edge
City
of
on the Edge of Forever.
which I would remind
Yeah.
everyone was written originally by Harlan Ellison, modified substantially, which is why Harlan was really mad about it. But I mean, you're talking about one of the great science fiction writers of all time, short story writers, and that one of the big sort of theories about that is, I mean, like Kirk could save this person, and then they could live happily ever after, but you radically change the time log, you change the time stream for everybody else. But there is this question of, is there something that suggests that our time stream is the best one, right? It's the one that we know. It doesn't mean that there isn't an alternate one that could have its own benefits, and, why be bigoted towards our own time stream, right? Obviously, we're getting very theoretical at that point. But the point is that there was a sense here where I felt like Merimée was making an argument for, you preserve someone because since we don't know, as Nisiana said, exactly whether this was what we were supposed to do or not, since, as Rowan said, there was a risk either way, then it makes sense to try this because, Nisiana's point about life, and because maybe it's worth saving someone important like this and taking the hit because it doesn't mean it's the last hit, right? So there was a lot going through Merimée's mind, I thought, that was really interesting to see get played out here. I don't know if you thought that Merimée had finally concluded, this is the true path, or if it was like, or if it was one where you're like, I don't know, but it feels like this is like 51 to 49%, we ought to go this way. But regardless, it was interesting to see the process work out. How did you feel, Marie, about today's session? What will the fine folks find you next?
I loved it. I loved everyone's role play. I thought it was a great day. No, Mirimi was like thinking, which didn't all come out, but it's like we've been at war for so long, and then the Warforged felt left out. That's why she mentioned all the Warforged were gonna need somebody to lean on, somebody to follow, and Aaron, because I mean, this isn't. We had a time of peace, more or less, but now everything's risen again. It's not their first rodeo. We've all been in the first, in some degree or another, in the first war. So
Right.
it was interesting just to be able to have that chance of having a world of hope. Like for her, that resonated with her, like a world of hope, like that would be good because we don't know what we're heading into. Because there was a war before, and look at us, we're fighting again. It would be nice not to have to fight. So I loved it though. I loved how everyone work together too. Like even when we were doing the convincing and we were all just saying something after another to
Totally.
build on it. Like I love that. It was like the King Citadel is here. Like bam, take that, Carlos. Yeah, so I loved it. Thank you very much. And good job on doing the two voices, by the way, of characters who were talking to each other, and you totally kept them distinct.
Thank you.
That was well done too. That was very well done. So yeah, had a great time. Can't wait for the next one already. Always looking forward to it. We'll always come back from any icy hill to come play with all of you. And next, I mean, if anyone's in the Ottawa area, I will be at Geeked Out in the last weekend of March. I will not be selling books unless somebody sends me an email beforehand to tell me they want a specific book, because my friends, we will be selling so many My Little Ponies. So if you're looking for My Little Ponies, Max of the Universe, just like come and geek out with us. But yes, it is a toy sale. We're selling toys. We have excellent toys. So come and buy them. That's what we're going to be doing. But if you contact me ahead, I will have books with me. There's a lot of ponies. There's a lot of ponies.
It's all about saving room
I've
for the
seen
pony.
them.
Many ponies.
Oh my
It's
god.
multicolored ponies.
Multicolored ponies. No.
We have play sets. Come buy the play sets. They're big. I want them out of my house.
Wow.
So there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, come on down.
Good stuff, Marie. And people should definitely
Every
do
pony
that.
must go.
Take that.
Slash
No.
prices.
All ponies must fit.
That's right.
Marie is not horsing around about this. All right. We need to get these things out of there.
Oh,
We're just gonna
We are
saddle
like-
up.
Nay.
Oh, I
it's
bye.
like, rein it in.
I'm gone.
Rein it in.
Yeah.
Rein it in.
You just had to. You
Right.
just had to.
Oh.
Good times. All right, that'll spur us on to greater efforts. Thanks, Marie. Good work as always.
Marie, you might as well just hoof it right now.
Yeah.
Just-
Ah!
I like
I
watching.
had to get in there.
I like watching Brandon slowly turn into a pillar of salt over there. By the way, just like stop. Thank you, Marie. Good stuff as always.
Thank you.
Tren, also great work out of Tanton today. Obviously, Tanton was, especially with Garvin, very important in sort of being able to convince like artificer to artificer, right? But also having true respect for someone that was important and was treated shamefully by by the head of the house, right? But Aaron is not the same way, is a different kind of person, and is like this legend, right? Like, I mean, he's also not just like, well, I just happened to stumble into using this forge. Like, he's a legend, and so certainly from the House Canis point of view. So having Tanton's kind of reaction to that, I thought was really interesting, and the fact that both of them were willing partially to not just be like, right, you came from time, got you get the hell out of my house, right? Like, neither one did that, partly because you were able to appeal to them using the dragon marks as an artificer and be like, here's what I'm coming from, here's the things I know, here's why, and so that all sort of connected to it. So I thought that was really, really interesting. And then obviously when you met Aaron, sort of seeing the way in which Aaron was operating and what you wanted Aaron to do and how to sort of convince him to do it while still maintaining this level of respect, as opposed to just like, it was a dream. Like, you weren't just sort of browbeating him into something.
I would never say that.
No, why would you? So anyway, that was really interesting to see that particular relationship that you've had with this guy who you've had in your backstory for like, since I think the beginning, but at least like 15 levels worth of time.
Real close, yeah.
Was interesting. How did you feel about today's session, World of Fine Folks? Find you next.
I'm going to echo everybody else and say that I loved it and that the RP was fantastic.
Yeah.
But then, that's the norm here most of the time. Pretty much the only person who regularly falters at RP is me. And it's when I'm focused on object work. And because I was watching some of our older episodes like a week or so ago, where I'm like working on something and like it flares up like with flames, and you just see Marie just start giggling in her window because I set fire to something just out of frame. And I was just like, I just remember sitting there going, I have no idea what they're talking about anymore. I am so lost. Like, whatever, just set this thing on fire, it'll be funny. And I was so happy today when I was so worried that it was just going to be Tanton and either Garvin or Aaron just talking like this whole thing. And I'm like, oh God, no. And then we get over to where he is. And then all of a sudden, boom, all of a sudden Ilarion is, front and center of this whole thing. And I'm like, yes, I can Homer Simpson back into the bushes. It's great. I love it.
I wasn't going to let you hide, though.
No, I wasn't going to. I just thought, oh my God, this is so cool. This is great. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. And I guess maybe much like John, part of my brain was like, wait a minute. When did this come up? When was this woven into the story? Because hang on.
But handwriting analysis of when it showed up in my notes.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
Well, I was, because at the beginning I was talking about, it's a Warforged, and then I don't remember. I think, did you stumble across it, Arv, or
Nope.
did I?
You did.
No, you did.
You told me about it first.
Yep. And you brought it up to me, and I'm like, fascinating. And so and it's the same thing, Trent. Like, we were talking about different things relating to, I relate to this, and then maybe Aaron. I was like, that's it's going to mark that down there. And we had a good 15 levels where we're like, is Aaron DeCanna the Lord of Blades? Or perhaps Aaron can
really? That is such a load off of Tanton's mind. Yeah. He was so terrified because his level of respect for Aaron is such that he was afraid he might have to side with the Lord of Blades, because he agreed what he thought was going on. He agreed with that, the Warforged shouldn't be used this way, and it's wrong that they're being used this way, and if he can stop it, he will.
Yeah.
And so fortunately now he's like, okay, Aaron's not doing it. All right, fine. Ooh. And now he has a better understanding of what the Lord of Blades is doing. It's like, it's not cool.
Like, you stumble into him on the way out, he falls in the creation pool, rises as the Lord of Blades. Like, God damn it! Like,
I told you,
I knew it. Yeah.
And then he just takes the blueprint thing from Rowan and starts adding new lines. See, this is where I said this part with the
right, the guy with the post-it notes.
Exactly. It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that whatever that thing.
All connected. It's all connected.
So where will people see and hear me next? Well, that depends. Because supposedly it's going to be back here on Tuesday. for more Dragonbane.
Dragonbane.
But as my housemate and I were heading out to Safeway to buy stuff before this game today, as we were walking out the door, he informed me that our local internet provider has messaged us saying that Tuesday they will be ripping shit up. Well, upgrading things. So I might not have connectivity that day.
I
So who
see.
knows? You might see me here, you might not. Beyond that, next week, the 20th and 21st ish is when supposedly my next narration for Pseudopod will be out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit wibbly wobbly. Oh, speaking of which, so you mentioned the Timeless show, which is great, and it also reminded me of one of the Jodie Whittaker Doctor Who episodes called Rosa, where they're on the bus with Rosa Parks. I was like, oh. That is such a good episode. Oh man, I was
Heartbreaking.
crying. Yes, I was just. Oh, I could only see the top half of the bus because everything below it was just watery ripples and everything as the tears were welling. Oh man, so good, so good. But with Timeless, it's got Patterson Joseph. I mean, right. So,
Don't forget as well that if you want to see Tren doing something, assuming that the internet survives, a very different kind of character from Tanton, you should go check that out. It is a lot of fun. Really appreciate very much this crew. As I said, one of the great joys, the great strengths of this crew is its long-standing chemistry as veteran players who played with each other for a long time, and that really comes through. And it's how you can have a campaign of level 19 people that's balanced out because they're dealing with heady stuff, but they're capable of it because of their experience and their work with each other. So excellent work as always, Infinity Beyond crew. Chat, can we get some love for this crew, which you will see back in this form anyway, back in April, as we are closing in here, a couple more sessions in April, and then maybe one session to close out in May so that we don't leave Marie out of the finale of the whole thing at ArvCon. So I'm trying to see if we can get the finale done before that, maybe, so that we don't.
Or do something else at ArvCon.
Well, no, I know. I'm saying that's right. I'm saying finish this out before we get to. That's my point. We'll see.
That's fair.
Anyway, but great work, everybody. Thank you to Tren, to Marie, to John, to Jen, and to Brandon. Great work, everybody. I'll see you folks soon. Bye for now.
Everybody.
Bye.
All righty. So good stuff from all of them. Really, really enjoyed this a lot. And as I say, we are closing in on the end of it. Because Marie is not going to be able to be at that ArvCon thing, means we could do something else for that crew, because normally the whole crew comes together on that Sunday. But because she's not going to be there, then it means that there's more emphasis to me on wanting to see if I can get this done. It might be a little bit hard. Like, I could probably, I don't know, it depends on what they do. Like, this to me feels like probably 3 to 4 more sessions rather than 2 sessions. And if we're only doing the 2 in April and then 1 in May, well, we could do 2 in April, 1 in May. That would be 3. We might get it done. We'll see. We'll have to figure out what happens. But regardless, it was a good time tonight, and we're almost done with this campaign, and really enjoyed it. And I also want to give credit to all of you, chat, who were engaged in this throughout. Thank you to Wispy for that last second tier 2 resub that gave that inspiration. Thank you, Wispy. As you could see, it was indeed important, as you had suspected it would be, so thank you. But I've got to rise up on out of here now, do a little bit of work, and then head off to bed. But tomorrow, remember, it is still tomorrow, on Sunday, March 15th at 1 p.m. Eastern, you will see back here session 2 of Community D&D with Prince Justin's Court, as Prince Justin leads the amazing players of our very own Triffity Mats, Kathleen DeVere, Darcy Little Badger, and Mur Lafferty into the 13th Icon, Part 2. The 13th Icon returns, 13th Iconing. 13th Icon Day 2 will happen tomorrow from 1 until 4 p.m. Eastern, and so you will definitely want to make sure you're back for that. And then you will see me on Tuesday for what I am hoping will be Dragonbane. That's at least what the plan was going to be. And then also nominations for the Chat Chosen Game of the Month. And then over on GOG Comms channel, we'll be playing what may be Evil Land, but also may be something slightly different, as you will see when we actually get there. So But yeah, so that's what's going on. But definitely don't forget tomorrow, Sunday, March 15th at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time for the amazingness known as More of the 13th Icon. Very excited for that. If you liked what you saw and heard today, and actually let me just double check quickly and see what we've got in terms of, let's see, who we've got streaming. 1 second. Find out who is streaming. Oh, I know who we should go to. All right, so we are going to do a raid. Raid will be, we're going to do this quickly. When you are brought over automatically, if you're not a sub, you're going to do this. Arvanauts have landed. Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase A-R-D. A-R-A-R-A-I-D. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Arvany Roar, excuse me, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automatically to the place that we are going to be raiding after we are done with this little bit of an outro right now. If you liked what you saw and heard tonight, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thanks for all those who watched over there. Please do subscribe to me over on YouTube as well. Note that the Ed Zitron event, the generative AI event that I did at my university on Monday, I've started to post clips from that. I've got 2 clips up so far. I'll put another clip up early next week. I'll probably end up with about 4 or 5 clips, and then I may put the full thing up on my channel. But anyway, that is available on that YouTube channel as well. !ArvTube, please subscribe over there. It's free for you to do that, but it helps us out. Discord, !ArvCord, hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky, !ArvSky, where you can join us, as always, for micro-blogging needs that you may have. I'm building up followers there. Closing in on the same number of followers I had at Twitter after about 11 years at Twitter before I left that godforsaken site behind. I've done that same thing in about 18 months at Blue Sky. So it's been a lot faster, which gives you a sense of the engagement at Blue Sky, but definitely preferred that experience a lot. So that's !ArvSky. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's the merchandise area. !ArvTreon is that Patreon right there. Cool stuff for you and for the channel, trying to build that up back into triple digits. We're going to be making some revamps to it as well. So please do support us there. Please also consider subscribing to us, as several of you did tonight. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and the inspirations such as the one that Wispy used, which gave us an opportunity to support these wonderful players in their game, which was really necessary tonight, as you saw. And last but certainly not least, of course, publishing, !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library, my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and !Greyshade. That's my Greyshade IP, Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy, available at that link, critically acclaimed and award-winning. You can get the 3 books of the trilogy, the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts there. You can get the 3 audiobooks of Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic from our very own Trent Sparks, who you saw speaking today, and playing today. And you will also can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, coming out from Alligator Alley in a couple of months and coming to you from our very own Brandon O'Brien, who you also had a chance to see tonight. So hopefully, keeping all that in mind, you'll be like, let's do it. We definitely want to make this happen. So please do consider that. As always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message. We'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Also, much continued love to the people of Minnesota and specifically Minneapolis, who continue to fight against federal occupation and are winning in a way that is really inspiring to everybody else. And that's going to be the way that we make it, folks, until we get to the midterms. Just got to keep hanging in there, fighting those individual fights, sticking up for our neighbors. And that's the way that we make things happen. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of people fighting good fights in a lot of different places, whether it's stuff that I'm talking about with the union at my university, whether it's, my wife being involved in political stuff too. There's a whole variety of things that are going on that I feel like are part of the same struggle in a positive way, and we're all in that together, and that really helps us out. So please continue, Minnesota and Minneapolis, to inspire us that way. Much love and thought and prayers and all that stuff to all of you lovely folks over there. Thanks to everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, The Rising Tides, the best mods in the business. Thank you. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, Rising Tides, Wispy Song. Thanks for the sub tonight again, Wispy and Tren, of course. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Axeman, Dark Sinner, Gone Eden, of course, Jag, Tris Marie, Bilodeau, Mrs. Dunsel, Nonstop Radio, Johnny Panda, and Tendercia. And special thanks tonight again to my wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew of thank you so much one more time to Tren, to Marie, to Brandon, to Jen, and to John. Great work from all of them. Can't wait for more of this campaign. Make sure you stop by tomorrow again for Sunday for the 13th Icon. Otherwise, I'm going to get up on out of here, and please stick around for the raid, because right after we're done tonight, we're going to be heading over and raiding someone that is familiar to this channel, so you will definitely want to stick around for that raid. Head over and do the raid, and then, head off to bed or do whatever it is you're going to do for that, but please join us for that raid if you can. Otherwise, thanks, everybody. I'll see you folks Sunday for Community D&D with Prince Justin and company, and then I'll see you all here back with myself on Tuesday for more of Dragonbane and more of Infinity and Beyond to come next month. Until all those things happen, everyone have a lovely rest of your weekend and Sunday, and I'll see you folks back here very soon. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. Much love, and bye for now.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razor Crag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War.